So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, kære nordiske venner. My name is Kristján Kristjánsson, and I'll be the moderator today. We have a long and heavy program ahead of us, so we're going to get started immediately. I will have some introductory remarks to begin with, and then we'll go straight to the program. But I would like to begin by asking the President of Iceland, Mr. Guðni T. Jóhannesson, to the floor.
Góðan daginn, heilbrigðisráðherra, kæri vinur, kæri nordiska venner, Minister of Health, dear guests from abroad, my fellow Icelanders. It's good to see you here. And we've come here, each and every one, as individuals. But together, we create a group. And this is how it works. We create a body of people, a nation, and then a structure is created, a state. And the primary concern of a state is to secure the well-being of its citizens, the security of its citizens, the health of its citizens. And that's why we are here today. A few days ago, the people of Grindavík, a town nearby, had to leave their homes and their sites of work immediately after days of severe earthquakes and the risk of a volcanic eruption. We do not know what will happen. We hope for the best, but we are prepared for all eventualities. We cannot control the forces of nature, but we can control how we react. And our thoughts here in Iceland, and I know all over, are with the good people of Grindavík. We Icelanders all know people there. We have friends, we have family, and it is on days like this that we feel the strength of our society. And I'm going to come to that a bit later as well. Now, I know that in your field of work, in the field of healthcare, it's sometimes said that a healthy person has many wishes, but the one who is ill, the one who is sick, has only one: to get better, to get healthy. And I think one can say the same about a person without a home. A person without a home has but one wish: to get back home, or, as can happen, find a new home. And the way I see it, this natural disaster that we have to deal with in Iceland now connects with with the theme of today. And I see three main connections. Now, first, in a modern progressive society, prevention and preparation is essential. Yes, these earthquakes I mentioned caused substantial damage, but buildings did not collapse completely. We built strong houses here in Iceland because we know what to expect, what can happen. We prepare in that manner. And as I speak now, we are making other preparatory work to be prepared. And connect that with public health. We know, or should know, that the more we invest in public health, the more we invest in preparatory measures, proactive measures, rather than reaction, the better each individual will feel and the group as a whole. And we actually save money by doing this. The more we invest in public health, the more we invest in being prepared, the better we feel. And if that is not enough, then we can add this. It actually saves us money. Now, there are people here who know this much better than I do, and they will, I hope, understand it, explain it in more detail. And if they were not going to do it, I just issue a presidential decree now. Explain this to the good people in the Nordic region and all over the world, how these things work. Because I don't have the details, but I have an example. I'm going to give you one example. Almost every morning in my neighborhood, a group of senior citizens gathers at the local swimming pool and the local gym in Álftanes, a beautiful part of the capital region. They do a bit of work at the gym under expert guidance, then maybe a bit of a swim, and then we all gather in the hot tub and solve all the world's problems. But it only lasts 24 hours, so we always have to meet again. And then maybe a cup of coffee and a discussion. And what a nice start to the day for people who have worked all their lives and are now at a phase where they can relax a bit. But if they stop, if they relax too much, then maybe the relaxation will not be so kind to people. So what a brilliant start to the day, what a brilliant way to continue your active life. It costs a bit for us as a society. But I'll tell you this, through an activity like this, I am confident that we save money. If one person in this group of dozens of people, through this activity, does not have to rely on our healthcare system in a substantial way, does not require extensive treatment, does not require a place at a hospital or elsewhere in the system, then we are saving millions of Icelandic krónur. It goes without saying. So a tiny example like this, we should keep that in mind here. It's a bit ironic that I couldn't attend the morning session today because I'm talking about the need for public health and physical activity, but there we are. So this is one connection between the events we are facing here today in Iceland and public health. Preparation and being proactive helps us. Secondly, science helps us. Knowledge helps us. Data helps us. At Grindavík, the scientists, the seismologists, the volcanologists, and all the rest of them, they use their expertise, their education, to understand what has happened and to try to predict to the best of their knowledge of wisdom what might happen next. And they gather information, and they are able to base their suggestions on that, not on wild guesses. Of course, they do not know everything. Of course, they disagree in their assumptions and suggestions. And of course, they might make mistakes. Who doesn't? But everything they do, they base on knowledge, information, data. 50 years ago, almost 50 years ago to this day, we had a volcanic eruption in another town, and we had to evacuate overnight. And we say it still today that it was a miracle that we were able to do that, because that came as a total shock. With today's knowledge, with today's expertise, with today's tools, we would not have been as surprised. We would not have had to rely on luck, because luck is not your best friend all the time. Isn't it the same with our healthcare system? Aren't we better equipped if we have more information, more data, more knowledge, if we have more people analyzing? I think so. Never, of course, by infringing on people's individual rights and privacy and security and so on. But if we gather a body of data, I am sure that we will better be able to predict what to do next and how to react to changes in society, just like our experts today are predicting and analyzing and suggesting based on information they gather. So finally, the third point I want to mention as we connect healthcare and the problems and challenges we face today here in Iceland, it's turning our smallness into strength, at least here in Iceland. Iceland is a young island. We're only about 15, 16 million years old. And that's nothing in the larger scheme of things. We're like a 15, 16 million year old teenager. We're still growing up. That's why Iceland is such an active island when it comes to volcanoes, earthquakes, and other growing pains that we have to face. And Iceland is also a young nation. The first people to settle here came about 1,000 years ago, little over 1,000 years ago. So we're also young in that regard. And finally, it's a young republic, a young independent state. We gained full independence and became a republic in 1944. And the question was asked then, can we do it? We're so few, we're so small. I mean, how many people live in Iceland? It's me, the Minister of Health, a few other Icelanders. Less than 400,000 people. Can a nation like that survive in today's world? And yes, yes we can. However, there was this time when we asked ourselves also, can we do it? And there was a tiny sense of inferiority complex. And it manifested itself often in this question that maybe you, dear guests from abroad, have already been asked. Maybe my fellow Icelanders here know what I'm talking about already. But this is the value-laden question that we asked so many people coming to our shores. How do you like Iceland? We so desperately wanted a positive reply. I love it. The country, the people, the nation, the sagas, culture. Yeah, it's a great country. We stopped doing this, I think. To begin with, there's just too many of you. There are so many people visiting Iceland. Over 2 million visitors each year. At least that is how it's going to be this year, and we predict more people coming in the coming years. Because even though we have earthquakes and possibly an imminent volcanic eruption, Iceland is a safe place to visit. We will continue. There's no doubt about that, and we will continue receiving people here. But we can't stop everyone at the border and ask them, how do you like Iceland? And secondly, I'm not saying we don't care anymore, but we've grown in confidence. We don't need this positive reassurance that everybody likes Iceland. And our growth in confidence comes from many fields. For instance, I like to think that we can tell others a thing or two about how to operate a healthcare system. I think that you, guests from abroad, and those of you who are listening abroad, can learn a bit from us. And that is why a conference of this kind is so important. But equally important, if not more, we are also here to learn from others. It works both ways. And that also is why a conference of this kind is so important. So even though we're not going to ask you how you like Iceland, I still hope that you do like Iceland. I certainly do. So again, I welcome you to this conference. I know it will be productive. I know that we are going to use the information we gather here to move forward. And I will be here for a while, take in what information will be provided here, and I'll mention it in the hot tub tomorrow at Altanis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now for a short remark, Minister of Health, Willum Þór Þórsson.
Thank you, Moderator. Dear President, thank you for an excellent opening. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, colleagues, and visionary leaders. Mother Nature is always reminding us how powerful she is. And I want to, as our President said, we are one team. In times like this, express my thoughts and support with the people of Grindavík. It is in times that solidarity helps us through really the human force to make progress. And maybe this conference is about that. It's often also the case with improved well-being through technology innovation, that we take steps forward. And there the real force is the human force. Here we are gathered and for this conference and a heartful welcome to the 6th Annual Health Conference, or as we say in Icelandic, Heilbrigðisþing. Our chosen theme this year, Data and Digitalization, Crafting the Future of Sustainable Healthcare. That's a real challenge. Emphasizes our unwavering dedication to harnessing healthcare data, digital services, and artificial intelligence for revolutionary progress. Used with discernment, these tools hold the potential to redefine healthcare for the collective benefit. This conference carries a distinct significance as Iceland proudly holds the presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. This role offers a unique opportunity to deepen Nordic collaboration in health matters, underscoring our joint responsibility in maximizing the potential of health data and digital technologies. This collaboration serves as a foundation, promising substantial mutual benefits for our nations. As we stand at the crossroads of healthcare evolution today, the ideas and partnership forged here will not only mold the future of Nordic healthcare, but also significantly influence the health and well-being of our nations. Our shared objective is crystal clear: to collectively shape a future where health and wellness flourish through the innovative application of data and digital technologies. A future where healthcare systems are not only more efficient and effective, but also more finely attuned to the diverse needs of individuals and societies. I have to say, the agenda here today is really ambitious, and I am eager to witness the exchange of knowledge, experiences, and visions that will unfold today. Together, we are not merely conceptualizing a brighter future for healthcare, we are actively laying the foundations to make it happen. I will thank you here. I want to thank you, and I anticipate a day filled with insightful and meaningful presentations, and let's enjoy our day here together.
Thank you, Health Minister. Now we turn to the real thing, the program itself. We'll have 3 sessions. We'll start with the first one, which is we term it the government's role in shaping sustainable health. And our first speaker today is one of our biggest brothers. He comes from the Faroe Islands. It's Bogi Eliasson, who's the Director of Health at the Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies. No less an expert on health, both currently and in the future. Bogi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Mr. President, Health Minister, and also my Health Minister of the Faroes, who's here. So the first time I was in this building was with your former President, Vigdis Finnbogadóttir, where I went to see the play How to Become an Icelander in 1 hour. So I feel like one of you. There was no heat pot here in Hörpu, but I can feel with you. This is a good way to go forward. So as said, I lead the health at the Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies, where we over the last years have put a high focus on how do we make health an asset? How do we make this worthwhile, as we heard from both the health minister and the president. So our first question is, what is it really we aspire to do? Do we want the best health system or the healthiest population? This is not the same thing. I think there's an echo from my microphone, right? So this goes back to, yes, we need to apply data. We need to work with data as this is about, but for what? Data and digital functions are tools. So here we come back to how do we do the right things right? It's not just about doing the right thing or doing it right. What is the sequence of that? I often use these quotes here from the science fiction writer Stanislav Lem. There are no answers, only choices. To live is to possess a future which becomes your present. So we can build the future. As we heard in the beginning, we can frame, we can prepare. But as the Ethiopian also are saying, when spiders unite, they can tie up a lion. So this is what the Nordic collaboration needs to move up to be. How can we lead in health? So now I'm going to ask you to think a little bit about the next slide I'm going to show you. So this is a commercial from the 50s. Not stating that doctors smoke, but which brand they need to smoke in order to be good doctors. But I'm not showing you this to laugh at how stupid this was. I want you to think about what you're doing in health and society today, that our kids, our grandkids, and their kids will think about us that was as stupid as that. Because that's how we do most of our health. We are reacting, we are putting all our money in when people are almost dead. We are not putting the energy there where it really has impact. So the question that goes in here is, what if? What if health was the most important societal pillar? I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying, what if? So we use this to build equity, prosperity, fairness, equality in society. We really push the economy of well-being, which Iceland is also really pushing, and we have a lot of aspirations for. But most of all, how do we reduce the avoidable disease burden? We estimate that 30% of what we deal with in our health system is avoidable if we thought better about how we do things. if we applied the data so we could be more precise on when we do things and we prevent. So it's not just about the technology, it's actually not about the technology at all, it's about how we apply it and how we train people to use it. So what are our challenges today? We have an increasing disease burden. We have just taken for a fact that if we get older, we need to have more diseases. Why is that? Is that a law of nature? We do focus a lot on end-of-life solutions. There is a focus on disease, on the development. And in most of Europe, we have staff shortages and huge burnouts. So our systems have never had more money, they have never had more equipment, they have never had more staff, and never have been more dissatisfied with the health system. So the way we do it is probably not right. But we have, on the good side, we have moved average lifespan from 30 years to almost 80 years in most countries over the last 100, 150 years. But most of it does not come from hospitals. It comes from clean water, schooling, better roads with less accidents, education, better food, refrigerators from the middle class, which always is a good thing in societies. So what is it we should focus on here? What we can see in all our health system is, if we just take a typical chronic disease, our health systems, they were built to deal with accidents and communicable diseases. Our challenges today are lifestyle diseases and chronic diseases. But we are still only willing to pay when people are very ill, as you see here, where the line crosses. We know we need to go to the left. So that is the mindset shift, the paradigm shift we need to do to apply technology. In Denmark, there's a lot of good data showing patterns. You don't have to look at this. I mean, your eyes are quite good if you can. But the idea is that we actually have data to show if you are at risk or get the first chronic disease, we actually know with pretty high certainty what happens. But still we wait until you get the second disease, the third disease, the fourth disease. Is that dignity? So this is also about getting dignity back in the system. How do we help persons? A lot of this we have applied in our Nordic health work, which we started in 2019. And there we just finished our second part of that now, where we are getting very much to how do we get to a better 2030 with more prevention. Last week we had the last workshop in Oslo, which ended up with a consensus on that we need to move forward in a world that is much more preventive, but that also demands a real public-private partnership. How do we work together across the sectors? And this is where countries like Iceland, and also my beloved Faroes, really can be a test bed on how do we build this? How do we do these things? So the idea here is really to push forward, which also was laid out in 2019. Can we build an inner Nordic health area where we work together, where we develop the thing, where we push the next steps for Europe in that part? Do we dare to be that ambitious? And actually, this is very much based on a Nordic Council of Ministers decision on making Nordic the most integrated area in the world, also in health, in 2019. Then what do we see? We have the fourth industrial revolution really pushing forward on new biologies or genomics, data and digital, new images that we use in healthcare, but also smart materials or nanobots, and we can do a lot of things. What we are focusing very much on as the first step, because we need to begin somewhere, is what we call secondary prevention. So what can we do when the person has the first diagnosis? And here in our team, we focus on chronic diseases. How can we go in and put all energy in helping with secondary prevention? This means early detection. This means providing biomarkers. This means being really focused on how do we help the person where the person is, and change the focus on putting the most expensive technology to when we're almost dead to when we're almost not ill. How do we refocus on that? That requires new ways of paying. In the end, best possible quality of life and well-being during the lifespan is what we aspire to, not the most fancy health system. That should be the goal. That is what the Nordic Health also agreed on with the groups around it in 2019. So how do we get to half-half? So the 5-5 is that 10% of GDP on average among the Nordic countries is used on health or sick care. How do we get half of that to be more preventative? So primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. And that means how do we create societal value while helping individual citizens as well? so health becomes an investment. And in concern of the comments we heard both from the President and from the Prime Minister, this is very much about how do we reduce the cost of inaction? Because that's what we are paying for today. We are paying a lot because we are not acting in time. And having in mind that we built this model in 2019, so 4 years before ChatGPT, what happens if the data that exists, you give that to the individual so they actually can work with that? So that's what we call the humanome. But the real change in this is that we are going and saying, okay, what we have done for the last 30 years is to optimize lean management in systems. So on this side of the slide, what we really need to do is to help the individual also to help themselves. So how do we get the data to flow back to individuals so they actually get capacity to work with themselves on that part? But of course, when you want to push things like that, you also need to get the humanity into it. So what we are really trying to put in with all of this technology is, how do we make dignity a concept? How do we make sure that we respect the individuals, the human rights, the dignity of persons in that way? And with that, then, we work with policy approaches and perspectives like leaving no one behind, health and all policy, and these things that we drive across. Where we are is the old wise words of Honda. Vision without action is a daydream, action without vision is a nightmare. Most health systems are in this. So how do we work our way forward from this part? So health needs to go from cost to investment. So the real question is not if we can afford the cost, and we heard that from the President also before, but it is if we can afford not to invest in keeping people healthy. So that is the concept of cost of inaction. And even if health is in the richer part of the world between 8 and 15, 18% of the budget of countries, there is nobody who has done an analysis of cost of inaction, which is very inactive, I must say. So the Nordic part that we are pushing now forward, and we finished last week in Oslo, is actually a question on not the vision, because we did that in 2019, how do we get forward? So this is also an invitation to join us and really be practical. So we have 3 main buckets that we are working with here, which is data and digitalization, policy and health economics, and sustainable use and local health innovation that we are trying to work across. So we have 13 practical things that we already know, and Clayton and Eric will also mention some of them because the speakers afterwards are involved in that work. But this is very much about saying, okay, now we have the vision, now we have the direction, can we please walk? Maybe we should sit a little bit in the heat-up pot and think, but let's walk. And this is also where small societies should and have to choose some areas to become experts, to become leaders, to be the ones that really can move things. We can't do everything. We will not change the whole health system, but we can choose areas where we excel. And in order to do that, there is a very, very important thing to take with you. This is a paradigm shift. This is not copy-pasting from what we know. This is rethinking what we think can provide value. We need to ask the questions before we seek the answers. If you only look for answers, which is the easy part, you stay in the box. Or I might say you fall into the volcano of today. So I think my really important notes on going forward here is also that there is a Nordic network. There are some smaller and a little bit bigger societies, still very small. What can we do together? Some of us were together in Oslo where we actually had 8 sessions on Nordic collaboration last week. So this is beginning. But this has to be both a top-down, so with the politicians, with the administrations, but also a more bottom-up with the clinicians, the professionals, the academicians, or the academics, but also with the innovators that we will hear a lot from today. So with these words, I will thank you very much for hosting me here. And yes, I love Iceland. What I'm not happy with is that the program does not have a Hitapot tour, which I'm always doing when I'm here.
We'll work on that.
Yeah, we'll work on that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Boye. You know, one of the reasons why I'm here is that I'm not afraid to be both boring and rude. We're already running late, Mr. President. That's your fault. So the rest of you, you'll have to speed it up, you know. But he's already signing the presidential decree. I saw his chauffeur coming with something. But our next speaker, Clayton Hamilton from the WHO, speaking about the importance of data. Clayton, please.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, President Johansson, Minister Poulsen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by bringing special regards from our Regional Director for the WHO European region, Dr. Hans Kluge, and his particular compliments to you today for focusing the topic of today's annual Health Congress on the vitally important enabler for health and well-being, namely data and digitalization. He's also asked me to bring a special message for the residents of Grindavik to say that it is not only the Icelandic people that are thinking of you, but the rest of the world is also thinking of you at this difficult time. My name is Clayton Hamilton, and my role at the WHO Regional Office for Europe involves assisting the 53 countries of the region with developments of digital architectures and solutions in the member states of our region. Now, this region, as you can see here, this is our picture of Europe. It's a population of roughly 900 million, inhabitants of which a diversity of language, culture, and wealth distribution. The dots here represent WHO's footprint in this region, with 6 centres of health expertise and over 40 dedicated country offices. As you can imagine, when we look at the implementation of data and digital health technologies in this region, we see quite radical differences in the implementation and the maturity of digital solutions. From some of the most rudimentary SMS-based solutions, right up to some of the world's most advanced national data architectures and clinical settings. What is most striking, however, is how remarkably similar the problems look when you look at the different countries individually, and how the ministers and the countries themselves are continuing to invest heavily in employing digital technologies and using data to reform their health systems and data ecosystems. So today, I wanted to reflect upon the overarching question of, are data and digital technologies important to driving health? And in answering it, I wanted to examine the changing value paradigm for health and talk about what member states and WHO are doing. I want to highlight the importance of building trust and a culture for data use at the national level, and take a look at some of the barriers that today stand in our way of achieving some of the concepts which Boye just presented. I also want to look at what the future of health might be if we don't make an effort to ensure the equitable distribution of the value and benefits of using data and digital health technologies. And then finish up by examining the need for new partnerships and some reflections on some opportunities I see for Nordic leadership in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great time to be alive. In fact, it's always a great time to be alive, but it's a great time to be alive because we are in the midst of a health data awakening, spawned by the development and application of digital technologies and their ability to unlock the value of data in different contexts to understand and improve health and well-being. In fact, data has taken on new context and new roles in supporting primary and secondary care in domestic and international contexts at every level of every health system in the world. Healthcare is rapidly advancing thanks to the power of health data, and this power is unlocking a better future for us all. There has in fact been a transition of data from something that was simply used to accompany health to it becoming a strategic asset that is now used to drive the entire process of disease prediction, diagnosis, solution discovery, and access to care. However, what makes this changing value paradigm even more notable is that not only is data driving the change in health and how it's delivered, but timely access to health data has become or will become a key determinant of good health and well-being. Think about this for a second. The degree to which we access and utilise data will be a determinant of our quality of life, our health and longevity, our ability to predict and prevent the onset of disease, and our ability to cure it. Recognising this concept is vitally important because it also gives us this impetus to think about the way in which we govern the use of data, the policies we need to apply, how we secure it, and where and how we should share it. But the majority of national health systems today are not yet fit for purpose to leverage the full potential of what data can offer. In fact, national health systems are struggling to really meet the changing demands that have arisen as data has taken on this new value. The needs for data use in the context of clinical care, quality control, patient safety, policy design, R&D, and so on, are simply not being met by the existing systems which capture and exchange our data. While there was some bright lights coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of investing in data, it isn't alone going to get us to where we need to be in having data ecosystems that are fit for purpose and then ensure we reach the right place, right person, right time paradigm for data. So what do we need? Well, we certainly need, as Boye also pointed out, a rethink of how health data ecosystems in countries should be designed and governed to meet the needs of different health stakeholders. We need to increasingly account for flexibility in where health is delivered and acknowledge that the same data will intrinsically have different value to different people. So how are countries in this region dealing with this situation? From a recent survey and recent report published this year, we now know that at least 80% of the countries in this region actually have a national digital health policy or strategy to guide their investment. Somewhat less, 60%, having developed an overarching strategy that covers or regulates the use of big data and advanced analytics in the health sector. But surprisingly, only 35% of countries have any national policy governing the use of big data and advanced analytics in the health sector. Just over a third of countries. And to me, this is a paradox. When you have a resource that's so valuable and so untapped, it seems worrying that we haven't yet really risen to that need in terms of a policy perspective to ensure its safety and equitable distribution. However, as you can see on the right, not having policy is certainly not stopping investment and interest. You can see AI, cloud computing, and personalised medicine are in fact the top 3 applications being employed in advanced technologies, all of which require sophisticated data architectures and data governance mechanisms. You've probably also heard others say, we're surrounded by data but starved for insights. And this is actually broadly true for the health sector. It highlights the importance of skilled data analysts and scientists who know how to handle large volumes of data and how to make them work in specific health system contexts. Today, and this may not be a surprise to you, but only a fraction of the data we actually have is mined for insights. But I think there's more to it than just the data analysts. We really need also a data culture where decision makers understand the benefits of leveraging data available to them for evidence-based decision making and employ those insights. We know, in fact, that this is not the case today. It's politics and media that often dictate the major macro decision-making investments in health systems. So we therefore need to give additional legitimacy and strengthen the role of data science in supporting health decision-making at all levels of the system. An effective data culture also needs to be supported by mechanisms of trust that are established and recognised by both the public but also the health workers to give them the necessary confidence to share and use health data. And when I talk to healthcare professionals today, there is a lot of fear and a lot of reticence, often unnecessarily, about how the health data they're using is collected and shared. Trust underpins all uses of data and digital technology and is paramount in creating what I call the fertile soil in which digital solutions can grow, connect, and operate. There are many ways in which governments can support this trust through establishment of institutions and mechanisms for data governance and oversight, adopting standards and accountability, adopting regulation, and so on. These actions give more legitimacy to data and its use, and if applied correctly, can actually be a massive catalyst to stimulate innovation. I can also say that unless we establish the necessary trust and the ubiquitous availability of data, then the concept we often talk about patient-centered care will never become a reality. That entire model of putting the patient at the centre really relies upon us having the right data in order to support care. Manifestation of trust at the global level is being created by WHO through a new global digital health certification network. You'll probably recall during the pandemic we were all running around with these apps on our telephones that were helping us with QR codes and digital certificates. Well, we're now taking this step further globally in order to establish trust for the exchange of vaccination certificates, at least in the beginning, across the global perspective. But this is just the start. Countries are now being invited to participate with the International Patient Summary becoming a reality, so we can expect that information about our health beyond simple episodic care will begin to flow internationally. This trust is helping us to connect countries to unlock the value of health data. At the same time, more and more of the information and the data we source is being challenged. And we saw this during the pandemic, but in fact, it's omnipresent. Governments need to proactively manage infodemics, that is, false and misleading information, in order to build and maintain digital trust. And there are a number of things that we can do. I won't go into them in detail, but mechanisms such as fact-checking, social listening tools, etc., can and need to be employed so that the public can be assured that the health information they're receiving is in fact the right information. If we turn quickly to consider health equity, here too, data and digitalization have a major impact. We usually understand health equity as the quality of a population's health, how fairly it's distributed across the social spectrum, and the degree of protection provided from disadvantage as a result of ill health. We know the factors that actually contribute to health inequity, and success in tackling them lies in our ability to identify the multitude of socioeconomic factors involved in preventing access to public goods and care. We know that having high-quality health data is a key contributor to improving health equity. But if we flip this argument around, and given the value that we've established the data has, what keeps me awake at night is that inequities in access to and the use of digital technologies actually risk creating more inequities and reducing the quality of care. But worse than this, building walls around our data, particularly for-profit gain, will only exacerbate existing power and wealth asymmetries in our societies and ultimately result in poor health, lower quality of life, and entrenched poverty, particularly for the most vulnerable in our societies. So as the strategic value of data increases, member states have an important choice to make on what they will and won't accept in terms of fair distribution of the benefits of health technologies and data, and how much of that wealth stays in the public system. The irony is, and what the pandemic taught us in no uncertain terms, is that significantly more value and social capital will be created through sharing and linking data for health than by making it a siloed government or commercial asset. Because we can't risk creating a digital future through inequities that prevent those most in need and leave people behind. A recent scoping view that we performed from our office showed, in fact, that to some extent that is already happening. We know that digital technologies are not accessible to all communities in Europe equally, and that people with the poorest health are among those struggling most to access digital tools. Older people, women, migrants, ethnic minorities, rural communities, and homeless and disabled people are some of the most prominent people missing out. So digital and data inequities are real and something that we need to address to avoid spiralling cost of care and marginalising the populations. In looking at the value of data, we also need to consider novel multi-stakeholder partnerships that are needed if we're going to advance to the next level of digitalisation and data sharing, and help countries achieve what we hope is high quality, timely, equitable delivery of care. Public and private sectors can't tackle these challenges alone, and we need to do something differently. Member states have asked WHO to help, and we have created a new partnership forum to bring together a multitude of stakeholders to really address the key problems which exist in the public system and what we can do collectively together in order to tackle them. Countries need to create their own opportunities for leveraging novel partnerships and bringing innovation from the private sector to solve the most acute problems we face. We're doing this at the global level through an initiative on digital health, which spans all of our region and beyond, and sets up a new framework for global collaboration to address data and digital health. So we have the entire focus of the world and its partners on this topic. We also have a new global initiative on AI for health, because it really is the focus of many countries. A partnership between WHO, the International Telecommunications Union, and the World Intellectual Property Organization. And we've already started to develop best practice guidance in order to bring some of this information to our member states and help support them in developing their data ecosystems. So if we consider what would be the opportunities for Nordic leadership, and I want to be a little bit provocative here because, as Boye said, we need to think differently and we need to see where each of us can consider leading. Do we think it would be possible to define and promote a Nordic best practice brand for data and digitalization? We already have a Svanemerke that we use and we see on many products that give a certain sense of quality and certification of a product as being living up to a certain standard for the Nordic. Could we do the same for our data and digitalization products? Is it so far-fetched to think that we would have a Nordic brand to ensure quality and equity for the delivery of digital tools? Can we utilize the trust which already exists in the Nordic region? And when you come from outside the Nordic region, there really is a lot of trust inherently built into the health systems. Can we create a digital social prosperity sandbox? Something across the Nordic region where we can exchange data, not only within health, but outside of the health sector, looking at the focus of the individual and aligning to the Nordic Health 2030 principles and initiative. Can we look at the way that we partner within the Nordic region, because there really are some amazing innovative partnerships here in Iceland and beyond. And there's a lot that we can teach the world through the way that those partnerships take shape and are actually delivered. And finally, we need to think also perhaps about standards for evaluating digital and data-driven technologies. At this point in time, we know only 19% of countries have any form of evaluation of their data and digital technologies. 19%. So we really don't know whether or not the tools that we're implementing are effective and are actually doing with them what we hope to do. So to finish up, I want to leave you with a quote. Things can only get done if the data we gather and inform can inspire those in a position to make a difference. Data and digital health technologies will increasingly determine our health and well-being, and it's important, therefore, that we work together to maximise the value for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clayton. Our last speaker on the issue of government's role in shaping sustainable health is Eric Sutherland, who leads the OECD's work in digital health, bringing together policy guidance for digital tools, integrated data and responsible analytics, including artificial intelligence. Eric, please.
So thank you. Reflecting on what we've heard so far, I'm honored to be here today. I appreciate the invitation. And I will start off by saying this is my first time in Iceland, and I already love it. Riffing off of what both Boye and Clayton were saying, and last night we met for dinner and we really reflected how we've become I think Boye referred to us as instead of a digital twin, we're digital triplets, because we've definitely been traveling in these circles together. But my time with the OECD has been relatively short. I've only been with the organization for a year, And what's interesting from a digital perspective is really reflecting on the transformation that has occurred. And I'll say directly what we were hearing earlier on. Digital transformation, the digitalization of health systems, is a determinant of health. Last week, we published our Health at a Glance report, which is a global review of countries around the world. And in there, the thematic chapter was on digital health. And to save you time, although I certainly recommend people have a look at it, but to save you time, the chapter really reflects on, yes, digital transformation is essential to the health and well-being of people on Earth. Fundamentally, if we don't use digital tools and technologies, in 20 years, reflecting on the cigarette ads that Boye was talking about before, if we aren't using digital technologies, that will be considered negligent. That will inevitably be our future. So we must be enabling our digital tools and technology in order to enable the health and well-being of people. Having said that, also reflecting on what Clayton just said, the chapter more or less says we are challenged to measure the progress of digitalization of health systems, and what measures we have show that we're not doing particularly well. But there is one notable exception in that. The countries that did best about how we are digitalizing our systems are the Nordic countries. And hence, this is a reason why, from my perspective, I'm looking at the Nordic region as a test bed, not beyond a test bed, the demonstration of what the power of digital tools and technologies can be, especially when deployed across borders. Because the challenge that we have, and the challenge that we have across so many OECD countries, is we're great at unique, bespoke innovation. We're horrible at scale. We're horrible at taking other people's innovation and integrating into our systems and making it better for our entire populations. And that is where I think we really need to be focusing our efforts. And this is why I'm particularly excited to be talking about the Nordic region. Now, just so you know, the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, been around since 1961. You may be interested to know that Iceland is the 5th formal member of the OECD. You were a formal member of the OECD before France, before Germany, before Finland, before Norway, before Sweden, sorry. Not before Denmark. Denmark was actually number 2 after Canada. Oh well, I'm a Canadian, so I take some pride in that. But as a region, this demonstrates that Iceland had the forethought of not just being a leader in founding this thing, but also in contributing to and learning from others. And I think that really demonstrates the strength of the Icelandic spirit in terms of innovation and growth going forward. Now, I'll put some numbers to what we heard from both presentations before. 30% of the world's data is health. By the way, sidebar, 75% of the world's fax machines are in health. Woohoo! And yet, of those 75% of fax machines and of the 30% of the world's data, only 3% are used. So if we think of it, if we do the math, 29% of the world's data assets are unused. 29% of the world's data assets. We've only heard for the last 10, 15 years about the value of data, the value of data. And we in health are sitting on possibly the largest mine of unused assets that the world has. Imagine what we could do if we unlock the value of that 29% of data, of global data assets we have. That is what really excites me. And this is why I think that there is huge opportunities to be doing work in this space. And the problem that we have is that, if I reflect on the Icelandic building of being strong buildings, frankly, most buildings are massively fragmented. The structures of our digital foundations are just bespoke pipes and wires that don't really fit together and really encourage this set of fragmentation. Arguably, as I say here, we are fragmented by design. we have encouraged and incented the fragmentation of our data. We have encouraged and incented the fragmentation of our systems and assets. And as a result, we have encouraged that we're building our buildings, our new innovations, on sand. And when there is an earthquake, we know what happens when you build on sand, everything falls over. And that is a problem that we're having time and time and time again. And yet, we know that if we build on a stronger foundation, this is an interesting study that was done recently that really starts to articulate digital systems, health systems globally that had a better digital footprint responded better to COVID-19. Definitively. Like the signal on there is pretty definitive. And interestingly, one of the other signals in there is around the availability of telehealth services, which is also obviously a byproduct of digital. So digital transformation, the digitalization of systems, is a determinant of health. And if I reflect on what we heard earlier on, investments in digital have the ability to actually help entire populations. If I can make an investment, and if I can save 10 minutes from every doctor practicing, that innovation is going to save hundreds of hours, thousands of hours, depending on the size of the system, and thereby can create time in order to provide more care. If I can do an innovation that can help emergency room doctors see 30% more patients, then I don't necessarily need to hire more doctors. I need to give those tools to the doctors to actually be more effective in their practices. Not saying we don't need to hire, our health workforce needs are massive, but I'm saying digital health is a significant contributor to alleviate some of our pressures in the health workforce crisis. Or more to the point, we need to enable all the tools we have in order to help our health and well-being of our health systems. And if I reflect on what Boye said earlier on, the tools and technologies that we're giving to our health frontline providers today are not very well received. So how do we actually design those tools and technologies with them to make sure they're having optimal impact in their workforces? What we can do, however, is we can learn. We look at other industries that have digitalized. In aviation, obviously, massively low risk tolerance, massive amounts of data. Finance, massively sensitive data, but massive amounts of it. And similarly, consumer goods, the throughputs and the speed with which we have to get the information are massive. We have all these problems at the same time. We have massively sensitive data, massively low risk tolerance, and simply massive amounts. So how can we learn for those industries and what they've actually done, and how can we contribute to those industries in terms of how we are doing it in health? And this is an area, in terms of the intersection of these areas, where I think from an artificial intelligence perspective in particular, it's really important. All we heard from the Bletchley conference 2 weeks ago in the UK, and from the executive order that came out of the US on artificial intelligence, not all we heard, but what we heard significantly was AI is really scary. We're really worried about it. We have to make sure it is done safely. But the US, they had a little more to it. They also said, and we see that there is significant opportunity in healthcare specifically with artificial intelligence, where the value of artificial intelligence in health may actually be sufficient that we want to make sure that we're balancing the value of artificial intelligence with managing the risks of it. So enabling artificial intelligence, removing the barriers to enabling artificial intelligence in health is a stated priority of the US. I would argue it should be a stated priority everywhere. That's why I'm excited by the work that Clayton was talking about with the ITU and the World Health Organization. I'll talk a bit more about what the OECD is doing there in a minute. Where we need to get, so we need to move from this fragmented ecosystem into an integrated structure where we have the water, the data flowing through our systems, the pipes, the digital tools and technology flowing effectively, and the taps to extract the insights effectively. With that, we need to really drive our practices around health data governance. This is a place where the OECD and World Health Organization and others have been working for many years, really driving what are the policy structures that need to be in place in order to enable this coherent ecosystem as a whole. This is where I think we need to be investing our efforts, not just to improve health data governance within our countries, but also to think about what health data governance looks like across the region, how to harmonize practices in order to simplify the ability to share. And one of the things that I really want to highlight here is we need to be thinking about how to minimize harm. As digital professionals, in the same way that doctors and nurses, their credo is to do no harm or minimize harm, same with us for the digital perspective. But there are harms that come from action of sharing data. There are harms that come from the non-action of not sharing data, or rather, harms that come from the action, the choice to not share data. How do we actually minimize harm that considers all of those things? Many of the people that I've talked to in Europe in the last year have really reflected how, from a harms perspective, there are many decisions that are made because of the failure, because of the fear of action causing harm, where the considerations are not made about the fears of the inaction that cause harm. So that is what I really want countries to really think about when harmonizing these frameworks, is to how to actually harmonize these practices to minimize harm, considering all the possible spectrums of harms that could be caused. The other area I really want to focus on is networks from a financing perspective. If we want to drive interoperability across a region like the Nordics, even within a country like Iceland, if we invest in a hospital, we get one hospital. If we invest in a hospital that is connected to a network, we get a hospital plus a little bit of additional capability across all the nodes in the network. So by investing in that way, we get greater returns. The problem that we have is that we've thought about the innovation and the investment agenda in a very linear way, because we've been thinking about linearity for years. We invest in one thing, we get one thing. We need to expand our thinking from investments and from our policy structures that really enable exponential structures. How do we enable networks? How do we support networks to actually create this positive effect of a positive ecosystem going forward? And I think that's where our finance officers, who are really tying the strings to funding to encourage interoperability, are one of our best friends. In terms of the policy structure, in terms of this harmonization, and this is a picture that you'll see in the Health at a Glance, and I have other work that's coming on this shortly, is these are the policies that need to be in place for a healthy digital health ecosystem. They involve what are your policies around access for individual use, healthcare use, secondary use, research, policy, and public health. What are your data policies that are in place around health data governance? What are your technical policies around security and protection and procurement? And possibly most important, the bottom part of it, what are your human factor policies? What are your policies around literacy? What are your policies around training? What are your policies around governance? What are your policies around your overall strategic roadmaps, and how do you manage that going forward? And if we do that, we will actually be able to make more stronger progress. So, closing, what we really have to think about is to resist the temptation, as they say here, to simply digitize our paper-based processes. We have this unique opportunity to really re-envision our processes into this digital networked world. And this is where, from the perspective of the various initiatives going on, there are growing networks of like-minded people that really want to work together. Clayton mentioned the Global Initiative on Digital Health, this network of networks model that is being set up, and I'm happy to say the OECD is a very important part of that work. We also have the initiatives like artificial intelligence in terms of not thinking of it as a health silo. And this is where we're happy to be working with the ITU on this, about how to integrate the work of artificial intelligence into whole of government approaches. You may know the OECD has some work around the AI Policy Observatory. Our definition around artificial intelligence was recently adopted by the European Union last week. And so there's a lot of work that's happening in that space. But overall, when I think of the Nordic region, the opportunity that exists here, I really think about the opportunity to re-envision how countries can work together. because the real challenge that I perceive is that we are good at working within countries, and we often have to deal with the borders that exist within our countries. But what we don't really know how to do is how to work well across the borders within a region. And this is where, because of the like-mindedness and because of the culture that exists in the Nordic countries, I think there is this unique opportunity to really bring together the region in a very positive way. Because really the challenges from a digital technology perspective, as I've said, that digital health is about the least technical discipline that is out there. It is the most person-centric thing, because we want to be successful with digital health. We have to enable the people that are at the heart of these health systems, the people such as those who are in this room.
Cloud services is a terminology that we often hear today used quite extensively in the discussions regarding IT infrastructure. We see the cloud services referred to almost in our domestic life, and we're seeing it clearly on the application layer used in systems to an ever extended term. But what we often don't think about, living in Iceland, on an island in the North Atlantic, that cloud services really are application hosted in data centers abroad. They're not really hosted in data centers in Iceland today. And usually this is not any issue for us, because we operate over very secure international network connecting Iceland to Europe using 3 submarine cables that we at Farais are quite proud of how secure and stable they are. And using our network, we are able to really build on the efficiency and scalability offered by international cloud service providers in greater countries, and using them in our domestic applications here in Iceland. Often we don't think about this because it's so secure, but often in critical applications and for critical infrastructures in the IT world, we need to think about the worst case scenario. And therefore, it would clearly be of benefit for critical infrastructures if applications could be using cloud services hosted in Icelandic data centers. But here again, in an island in the North Atlantic with a population of 400,000 people, scale is an issue. And the scale has been a major hindrance in regards to getting the international cloud service providers to set up instances of cloud services here in Iceland. But I believe actually that the natural resources and the benefits of Iceland as a location for data center operators can really build a win-win scenario where international large cloud providers can see the benefits of setting up cloud services in Icelandic data centers that might be hosting applications specifically good for processing and so forth, using green production of power as well as the natural cool climate to process data in an efficient manner for the international market, at the same time allowing them to host cloud services that can then be used for the Icelandic market in critical IT infrastructure here in Iceland. And to glue this all together is of course the network, where we at Farais are quite proud to have built.
Digitalization has created a platform that government agencies can use to serve their customers. The platform consists of the web island.is or island.is, a service portal, an app, and a digital mailbox, so I named few. This is where the Icelandic public can view government services and get the service on their own time. We have digitized hundreds of services. For example, application for maternity leave, an application for driver license. And by that, we have simplified people's life by saving hours and hours, both in travel and waiting time. Cloud services have been a crucial part in our journey. And we believe that we wouldn't have been able to build the platform in the time frame and with the resources we had without them. So in simple terms, the platform is a cloud solution. But the data that we fetch is located within the agency that is responsible for the data. So we fetch the data through web services on behalf of the user. This is data about your driver license, your status with the treasury, and so on. It is interesting because the government has released a policy on cloud usage and also released a policy on data classification, but still the government agencies are quite reluctant to the usage of cloud services. Of course, it is important to address the risk of using cloud services like internet outage, but we need to compare it to the risk that on-premise solutions have. I think with good disaster recovery plans, we can mitigate the risk severely and have a much more reliable infrastructure than we would have.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should applaud Eric for his speech. Thank you. Eric was the third and last speaker on the government's role in shaping sustainable health, and I think we've approached this now from the bird's view, and now we're going to delve a little bit deeper. We have two speakers on health data infrastructure, and we're going to start with Persephone Dupi, who is from Finland, even though you might not know it from my pronunciation. She is going to speak about health data reuse in the Nordics and explain what is meant by the word Nordic Commons. So, Persephone.
Honorable guests, Congress participants in Reykjavik and online, I am Persephone Dupi, Senior Medical Officer in THL, the Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare. Since I am unable to join you in person, let's try to make the best out of technology solutions. Today, I aim to explore with you the concept of Nordic Commons and share my insights on its future. First, a few words about myself. I coordinate our international activities in health data reuse and work in projects connected to the European health data space, as well as on Nordic collaboration. Currently, I'm also the Vice President of the European Federation for Medical Informatics. The vision and the journey towards Nordic Commons go back over a decade. They are also strongly connected with health data reuse. The ideas involved are not new. The circumstances, the challenges, and the opportunities, however, are health data reuse, also known as secondary use of data, is understood as the use of health data for purposes other than those originally collected. Internationally, work on health data reuse is closely connected to the vision of the learning health system and value-based healthcare. The seminal papers of Charles Safran in 2014 and 2017 outlined clearly how multifaceted health data reuse is, encompassing quality improvement and performance of healthcare organizations and systems, population health and governmental authorities' tasks, drug discovery, pharmacoepidemiology and research, including clinical trials. Health data reuse is reliant on large and well-organized data collections, a traditionally strong area for the Nordic region. All Nordic countries hold rich collections of various kinds: electronic health record databases, registries, biobanks, and population surveys from a broad spectrum of stakeholders, from individuals to authorities. The political drive and consensus towards utilizing this advantage for the benefit of Nordic societies has also been consistent and long-standing, as reflected in the series of publications on Nordic health data collections. In spite of the advantageous starting point, Nordic researchers were still confronted with a series of limitations, many still persistent today, restricting research achievements and the potential of the region as a whole. Inadequate information on data assets and their availability for research, complex and lengthy procedures for data access, and unwillingness of data holders to share data. The year was 2017. In 2019, the Nordic Commons report was published as the end product of a 2-year project supported by the Norwegian presidency and bringing together Nordic experts to develop solutions to the identified problems of the research communities. The vision of Nordic Commons was proposed. The Nordic Commons is a virtual space where researchers can identify, share, and analyze data, where fair principles are applied both in data production and data management, ensuring that data is used and reused by both humans and machines. The objective, making the Nordic region a leader in health data reuse. The Nordic Commons report also outlined the requirements for making the vision a reality. A federated Nordic metadata repository for health data assets, a federated secure infrastructure for processing of sensitive data, a commonly agreed legal and ethical framework supporting Nordic cooperation, and the necessary funds for development. A project by the same name, the Nordic Commons Project, was funded to build and pilot the proposed ecosystem. 3 task forces, composed by topic experts appointed by each participating Nordic country, got to work on the topics of infrastructure, metadata, legal and ethics questions in late spring 2022. As it turned out, timing was to be a critical factor for the project. A series of major events came into play during the period post-publication of the Nordic Commons report. The speed of digitalization increased exponentially, and combined with the rise of artificial intelligence solutions, made it hard for authorities and legislators to keep up. The COVID pandemic acted both as an enabler and driver of change, but simultaneously caused delays to the execution of earlier plans. And last but not least, the EU data strategy and accompanying framework, particularly the proposed European Health Data Space Regulation, came to set the tone and absorb national resources. The EHDS proposal defined the scope of health data reuse in the EU as covering research, innovation, and policy making, as well as patient safety, personalized medicine, and artificial intelligence. It also proposed the respective health data at EU infrastructure. Following the release of the EHDS regulation proposal, the European Commission also launched the development and piloting of the health data at EU infrastructure, which has been ongoing parallel to the legislative dialogue. The steps leading to data access and use assumed by health data at EU are similar to the ones involved in Nordic research processes. The architecture components, such as metadata catalogs and data collection descriptions, also have many similarities to the Nordic solutions. And the combination of the two is the focus of various large EU-funded projects. The Nordic Commons project plans had in practice been outrun and superseded by an unprecedented EU-wide effort to test and build the cross-border secondary use environment. Faced with slow progress and inadequate availability of resources, The Nordic Commons project, in its original form, was stopped in October 2023. Does this then mean that the vision of Nordic Commons is obsolete? From the point of view of each Nordic country, the answer should be no. All the components outlined in the Nordic Commons report as building blocks of the health data reused environment still need to be developed in each country, while taking into account the EU and international progress. The work of the Nordic Commons task forces, here summarized by the Metadata Task Force, demonstrates the different degree of maturity in each country. The Nordic Commons project has given us the landscape of Nordic readiness for cross-border collaboration in secondary use of health data. It has underlined the varying strengths and development needs across countries and given us examples of how cooperation can function, as well as materials to support it. Last but not least, the project has provided a valuable expert network for exchange of knowledge and experiences, thus supporting capacity building in the Nordic countries. In closing, work within the European Health Data Space piloting is showing us how complex and long-lasting process building the cross-border secondary use environment is going to be. There is now an increased need for coordination across the Nordic countries, as well as preparedness to test and provide proof of value for possible solutions to key bottlenecks. You will soon be hearing more on that in Saara Malkamaki's talk. Should you have questions or comments on the contents of the presentation, please feel free to use my contact details and reach out to me. I would like to express my deep felt thanks to the outstanding experts involved in the Nordic Commons project and look forward to continuing our work. Thank you all for listening and have an inspiring Congress.
I apologize, I didn't remember that she was on video. I was a bit surprised that it didn't come up. But our next speaker is most certainly here. His name is Björgvin Ingi Ólafsson. He's a seasoned management consultant for businesses and governmental institutions, both here in Iceland and also in the United States of America. He will speak about how data unlocks value in the Icelandic healthcare system. We'll start with a short video this time as well.
Komið þið sæl dömur mínar og herrar og hæstvirtur forseti Guðni Jóhannesson og heilbrigðisráðherra Íslands Willum Þór Þórsson. Velkomin á ráðstefnuna Preventive Healthcare Public Health in the Nordics. Ég kynni mig á íslensku því ég lærði íslensku hratt með lausnum sem urðu til vegna áherslna Íslands á máltækni.
I am a neuro-avatar. You are probably wondering, what is a neuro-avatar and am I real? Yes. I am a real person, scanned and digitized. I can be dynamically changed to fit the individual needs of my counterpart. I could look exactly like you. Every person is different due to the biology of their brain and communicates and processes information in their own way. We can make these differences measurable and thus make communication with the other person personalized and need-centered. In doing so, I automatically adjust my use of language, speaking rate, gestures, facial expressions, emotionality, tonality of voice, and even my appearance. Iceland, with such an advanced healthcare data and infrastructure, is perfect for pilot studies in the healthcare sector. Meet the future of healthcare management for healthcare research, planning, and predictive analytics. Neuro-avatars can help your health system to increase efficiency, communicate more effectively, and enable patients and doctors to ensure the optimal care for everyone. We can be a virtual nurse reminding patients of their daily medication routine, assist administration in hospitals, and train employees on medical compliance. Data, technology, and AI can transform healthcare. Neuroavatars can play an integral role there.
Og við getum talað íslensku.
Hello. When I was preparing for this talk, sitting in my home office last week, my 12-year-old came into the room and asked me what I was doing. I told him I was preparing a talk at a conference on healthcare, and he was like, "Why are they asking you to do that?" I was a little bit puzzled and said, I just think I have something interesting to say. And he was like, "No, not really. They just don't bother to take time to do this themselves." So we started here with this avatar, and it was speaking English and some not so perfect Icelandic. But the thing is that this avatar learned Icelandic yesterday, and it did learn this in one day. It's definitely not perfect, but this is built on the foundations that we built through government investment in language technology. So we built something as a whole that everybody can use in one day. Not perfect, but gives us a sign. So I asked myself, why have we succeeded on this? What was it that we did? So we came together with a common goal and a completely unified vision of the government to preserve our language in the digital world. And I've been pretty lucky to be slightly involved in this effort by the government. I went on this presidential delegation spring of 22, where we visited the tech companies in the US, trying to convince them that we had something that they could use to make Icelandic language more accessible in their platforms. And it was pretty interesting. We sat down with the CEO of a small company in the Mission District in San Francisco, Sam Altman, and said, "We have this, you should use it." And they kind of got the idea and were interested that use Icelandic language as a pilot for a language that had built some infrastructure to make it kind of a fast leeway into their solutions. And a couple of months later, a year later, this happened. So Icelandic became the first solution offered in the ChatGPT solution officially other than English. So Iceland, or Icelandic, was the second official language of GPT because of this government effort. I think it's pretty interesting, and it shows the power that we have as somebody who can move quickly, be agile, and be smart. So everybody knows that this is something countries should do, but in complicated countries, in bigger markets than ours, it is pretty difficult. The idea is simple, but the execution and delivery is difficult. And with this success story in mind, we met with Clayton's partner at the WHO, Hans Kluge, the regional director. We further wanted to validate our hypothesis that we could do this in healthcare, to come together as a country, building something common. And, he got it. And he was extremely interested and highly supportive of our journey. And, I totally believe what Clayton said, that he's absolutely optimistic about the future of our system and our opportunities. And, why? Why is this important? So the sense of urgency is clear. We need to invest in healthcare data because the cost of system is constantly increasing. Our population is growing older, and the service expectations are greater by the year. So this is where technology comes into play. So we can easily think about the transformation power of technology in healthcare. I want to imagine us And I think it's great to think about it pretty long term in the Icelandic context as a pioneer in utilizing data and AI in healthcare, because we are small and we could become a role model for others and be helpful to the WHO to show what is possible when you move fast and quickly. Because everybody knows about the opportunities. It's easy to find proof points for the opportunity of technology. There's simple stuff like chatbots and elimination of repetitive tasks, medical health records, etc. We know all these cases, but there are also more complicated things and more innovative, like curing cancer with AI. And it's scary and interesting at the same time. So what should we do? And I think, to quote one recent expert on this, is that the opportunity is just so big that we can't really not look at it. So why? Why is this not moving as fast as we hoped for? Everyone sees the tech is coming, but we struggle. The opportunity is clear, and we struggle. But because the change is just so difficult, so how can we make the opportunity real? I think we all agree in this, we don't have to preach to the choir that the opportunities are there, but how do we change the system? So I think one of the root causes is that the healthcare system is built on the expertise of smart professionals. Dedicated professionals, not on the latest technology, infrastructure or regulation and policy that kind of drives this kind of transformation. And therefore we need a collective top-down effort. It's not something that experts can tell the leaders it is the right thing to do, because we kind of know we need to have a collective top-down effort. And our healthcare systems are complex, highly regulated, and kind of steeped in tradition. And we're lacking this infrastructure for change. So we must rebuild the backbone of innovation to truly harness the power of data and AI. And therefore, I'm pretty happy that our Minister of Health embarked on a very ambitious journey to create a more data-centric healthcare system. We have unique attributes to make this kind of transformation possible, or more likely to happen. I've been inspired by the minister and the long-term vision that is at the heart of all this thing, because we have the element that we can transform. We are a single-payer system, we are a small population, we have strong experts, and we are pretty tech-savvy. We know the Digital Iceland story and all these changes, and so if we can't do it, few people could. But we need this leadership and tone from the top. So what we are planning to do, we're planning to integrate data from various sources. We're laying the ground for a comprehensive understanding of the healthcare system by connecting better. And it's not something really complicated, but the complication are really in the policy, in the culture, in the structure of how we have done things and how we need to do things in a data-driven world. So the data world is calling for a change, and the devil is in the detail. So what is it that we really need to do? We need to take data protection and privacy extremely seriously. We need to think about the use of data beyond the narrow aim it was originally designed for, and the regulation needs to do that as well. So there are a lot of things that need to change, and Clayton mentioned it earlier. It's more like a cultural thing than a technological thing. Because the technology is out there, and it's been there for quite some time, but the change is not happening at the rate that we expected or hoped for. So data and technology culture of healthcare industry is at the core of the change. So where are we heading? We're trying to achieve a centralized healthcare data repository of Iceland. We're transforming the data structure of the Icelandic healthcare system, or at the start of it, by building this repository. Looking ahead, we will have a single source of truth that empowers decision making and enhances scenario planning. We can use the real data to do the real stuff. We will have the greater predictive capabilities and analytic capabilities and the option of aligning resources better with needs. But it's always the data and good data at the heart. In the end, we have a more efficient healthcare system. Because if you're building something on insufficient data, and the previous speakers have mentioned this quite a bit, we will not deliver this advantage. So we need to build the foundations first. The quality data will be king. We can't cut any corners. We need to lay the ground before we deliver the change. So we have to be hopeful, go fast, but we also need to go a bit slow. I'm looking at Christian if he's worried, but I think it's okay so far. I think this journey of the minister is quite brilliant. And if we don't give up and execute this well, we could build something special, something that the WHO, OECD, and everyone else can look at as a role model going forward. But this is difficult, and it's definitely more a marathon than a sprint. We can't start drawing conclusions on incomplete data because that's not going to help us at all. We need to collect the data and address the regulatory and policy hurdles before we build big systems with big ambitions. But the opportunities for Iceland are boundless. I'm very happy that we're heading into this direction. And together we can build a system that does not only meet today's needs, but anticipates tomorrow's challenges and opportunities. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Björgvin. Sorry, I didn't get the joke that you were trying to pull on me. We now turn to the third part of the first session, which is under the heading Policy Implications, with two speakers on that issue. And the first one is Sara Malkamäki, who's from Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund. And I see that she's already here, which is quite good. So, please, Sara.
Thank you. Thank you all. Happy to be the first real live woman here on the stage. Okay. So good morning, everybody. Your Excellency, President of Iceland, Mr. Gudni Jóhannesson, Honorable Minister of Health, Mr. Willum Þór Þórsson, and of course the respectful audience. My name is Sara Malkamäki and I work in Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund, which is a public think, connect and do tank that always looks 30-40 years ahead and plans the future for Finland. So today I will talk about European health data space and value from Nordic health data. What is the problem really when we talk about the using of health data? There are many obstacles to access health data, both nationally and across borders within Europe. And to say, of course, I think we all know that data cannot be fully used today to advance health policy and innovation, and of course the treatment and better medical medicines device development. There are also different interpretations of the General Data Protection Regulation, as we know, and the practices really vary when we talk about collecting and processing health data from different EU countries, because we have our national health data legislations over the GDPR. The European health data space really aims to solve all these problems by creating a health-specific ecosystem with common rules, standards and practices, infrastructures, and a governance framework. The overall funding of this European health data space is 800 million euros. I'm not even trying to translate that to Icelandic kroners. It's too much for me to say. And just to say that the European health data space legislation proposal was published last year in May, so it's in the Parliament. These are the 4 pillars of the European health data space. So legal and governance, data quality, infrastructure, and capacity building. It focuses both on the primary use of health data, so creating better healthcare for us. It also focuses on the secondary use of health data with better policy making, innovation, and research. And my presentation today focuses only on the secondary use of health data. So you can see on the box there, and also to name that the TEHDAS towards European Health Data Space joint actions, which I will talk about, also focuses only on the secondary use. So how Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund, relates to this European Health Data Space then? Just to tell you that Finland has been a pioneer in advancing the secondary use of health and social data in Europe, and has created this enabling legislation to support it as well. We passed the Act on the Secondary Use of Health and Social Data in 2019 already, so 4 years ago, which enabled the founding of this new national authority called FinData. So it's a one-stop shop which offers permits, advisory, and access to data for research, development, and innovations, and even much more. So Sitra was very much involved in building up FinData. We did some business planning for it, and we also financed some national infrastructure that was needed for it. So, for example, data lakes for hospital districts and metadata catalog and such. So we were very much involved, and due to our active role in both in the national activities and international activities, the member states selected us to coordinate this EU's joint action towards the European health data space, TEHDAS, with 21 countries involved. And 3 weeks ago, we were selected again to continue the coordination of the work in TEHDAS 2, which is an EU's joint action on preparatory activities for the reuse of data in the proposed European health data space. And now we have 29 countries involved in the planning phase. So you can see on the right-hand side that we have, and we will also in the future focus on national activities, and I'm proud to say I put their Nordic cooperation there as well, so value from Nordic health data is in our radar, so happy to talk about that later on. But what the TEHDAS joint action actually did, this is very shortly, but it developed the policy options and recommendations that are needed to improve the secondary use of health data in the EU, and for the benefit of us citizens, public health research and innovation. And already I can say it will have a lasting contribution to the European health data space legislation, as the results really laid the groundwork for the proposal. The project started in 2021 and ended July this year, and it was co-funded by the EU Health Programme with 2.5 million coming from the European Union and 1.6 million coming from the member states. As I already said, the 25 countries took part, which 21 were EU member states and 4 non-EU member states, and we coordinated that within Sitra. And you can really find all the great, amazing results from those websites, www.tehdas.eu, so go and check that out. But I have one slide to kind of conclude the main results for you. So the key results identify that the capacity of different EU countries to facilitate the use of health data for research and innovations varies very, very widely. And no one is safe yet, so all member states need to take steps to meet the requirements of the European health data space that is coming. The project produced recommendations on secure data processing environments across national borders, and these recommendations are included in the European health data space legislation proposal. I also want to highlight from those that we also did a massive public engagement that showed that people are interested in sharing their health data, but with clear safeguards for privacy and security. So there's some results of that citizen engagement part also. Here you can see the major initiatives and projects related to the European Health Data Space 2, which is the secondary use of health data. And I have added here a project, Value from Nordic Health Data Valo, which has not yet started, but hopefully will start pretty soon in a month or so, and I shall tell you more about it shortly. You can also see at the bottom of this slide the progress of the European Health Data Space legislation. A little bit about the upcoming TEHDAS 2, which is planned to start in summer next year, and it is in preparation phase right now. As TEHDAS 1 developed these policy options and recommendations and heavily influenced the European Health Data Space legislation, TEHDAS 2 now will create guidelines and technical specifications for the implementation of the European Health Data Space. That's to be used for all member states and the Commission. So implementation phase, we are coming, and this is the joint action to plan for it. Basically, it will increase the preparedness of the implementation, as I said. It will ensure better coordination between member states, and also it will reduce fragmentation on policies and practices related to the secondary use. The guidelines will be created for health data access bodies, data holders, and data users, so all three. Now getting into the Nordic topic a little bit more. So what is the significance of Nordic cooperation then when we talk about in the context of the European health data space? First of all, we have really unique cornerstones for the secondary use of health data in the Nordics. I put here four things. I'm sure there's much more. But first of all, we have rich national data registers with a long time series that date to 1970s or even beyond. This is really unique because none of the other countries in the world have such long history with health registries. So that's something that's really, really unique for us. Our citizens also have these personal identity codes, which is a key to linking the data from different places and registries. And I can tell you, I've been traveling a lot in other countries, and this is great for us because it's much more complicated when you don't have that. And we have created enabling legislation for years and years and enabled the use of health and social data in our countries. So Biobank Acts, Genome Acts, secondary use of acts, and so on. But now I really want to say that the European health data is coming up. We need to be prepared. We need to make sure that we in the Nordics implement it in a uniform and best way as we can and stay competitive and maintain our forerunner position. So that's really important to say. Fourthly, we have a high trust in authorities, and our citizens are exceptionally willing to take part in medical research and participate in public screening programs, donate biobank samples, and remain committed to the trials. So I think this is just brilliant. I don't know what you think. Then more about the value from Nordic Health Data Valo project. So one way to really create significant value from this Nordic cooperation is to join our forces in a project called Valo, and which would be in a concrete way to define the value of Nordic cooperation alongside national developments and the EU developments, of course, regarding the health data reuse, and showcase also the benefits of Nordic cooperation through pilots. So as Persephone was talking in her video about the Nordic Commons before, so this could be more of a restart for the Nordic Commons project. And I think it's a brilliant opportunity for us. The project has not been yet approved, but the funding application has been sent to the Nordic Council of Ministers in the end of October, and we propose that the start date of this project would be already in a couple of weeks, 1st of December. So we are waiting to hear a lot from the decision makers. So what Valo really is and what Valo is not. Valo strengthens the Nordic cooperation in the secondary use of health data. It prepares for and implements the European health data space legislation in a uniform manner in the Nordic countries. That's something to showcase as well. We practically could experience with the cross-border Nordic collaboration. And it's a co-project between at least 3 Nordic countries. So Finland, Iceland, and Sweden are heavily involved. Thank you so much, Iceland. Also Sweden, of course. And hopefully we get other countries to join, like Norway and Denmark, and even more, the smaller ones. It has a clear scope with defined deliverables and timelines, so it's a bit over 2 years. And I also like to highlight what Valo is not. So it's not in contradiction with the future European health data space legislation. It does not build working IT solutions as such or require changes to national health data legislation beyond the European health data space. It's not definitely an executive body or a permanent actor. So this is the work structure of Valo, and in phase 0 we basically do a concrete and detailed project plan for the upcoming 2 years. And the actual work is divided into 3 work streams. And the first one is defines the Nordic model for secondary use of health data, including these objectives and opportunities in the long run. The second one focuses on harmonized preparation and implementation of the European health data space. Of course, it monitors closely what's happening there and harmonized using and funding. And then the third work stream includes 2 pilots, Nordic Federated Analysis Pilot and the Nordic European Health Data Space Pilot. In the first pilot, we would like to test this OMA pilot, which is up and running in Finland to spread across different Nordic countries. This is my final slide. So what are basically the benefits? I have written here 5 times win-win-win-win, or looking at the flags, we could add 3 wins more, in hope that we could really start the project with all the Nordic countries involved. And each country would greatly benefit from this, I assure. Now that the European health data space is really coming up, I would like to still repeat that we need to make sure that we in the Nordic implement it in a similar way and the best way and stay competitive as we move forward. The benefits are really great. Better research, better innovation opportunities, moving towards being the most integrated area in the world and showcase others that, yes, we can do this. And in the end, we really can create better health for our citizens, and that is something that I get excited about every day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. We've now come to our final speaker before we have our first coffee break today, and it's our last speaker now on this issue is Dr. Hugin Thorsteinsson, who's a consultant for the Prime Minister's office in this case, but otherwise is a doctor of philosophy and runs an advertising agency from day in and day out. Now he will warn us of the dangers of overusing our data or spreading the data in healthcare. Hugin, the floor is yours.
Don't worry, I bring you good news. You will get coffee soon. Yes, thank you for having me, Mr. President, Minister, distinguished guests. We are currently in the midst of a technological paradigm shift. The advent of big data and tools of artificial intelligence are changing the world as we know it. We are facing a new kind of change, a revolution that is in important ways different from previous ones that have revolutionized repetitive manual labor tasks. In its potential of completely changing how it is possible to perform cognitive tasks. The rapid changes we are undergoing lead to all kinds of challenges, and it is important that policymakers understand the changes and what their role is in fostering them. However, to effectively address this challenge, we must first have a thorough understanding of AI, its capabilities, and the consequent needs for technical standardization and policy guidance. Nowhere is this more critical than in the healthcare sector, where the stakes are exceedingly high. The goal of my presentation today is to underscore the urgent need for policymaking for responsible AI use in the healthcare system. We all know very well the policymaker's dilemma. It takes time to understand the changes, and creating the right framework for them takes even longer. We can see this in the invention of cars in the early 20th century or the birth of the internet, both of which necessitated the creation of new legal frameworks to manage unfamiliar technologies. Just as traffic and privacy laws were established, we now face the challenge of crafting regulations for responsible AI use. I want to use this platform today to discuss the issue policymakers face from both a historical and philosophical perspective. So I ask you to bear with me. Let's start off with an example of how the policymakers should not address technological changes. Around the beginning of the 19th century, the English economist Malthus preceded the theory that population growth would outrun the production of food supplies, which would result in catastrophe. Malthus's conclusions were based on the premise that population growth would be exponential, whereas the production of food would be linear, reaching a point in which food sources would run out for parts of the population. But the problem with Malthus's theory was his premise that food production would continue to proceed by the same mechanism as it had done. What happened was that the agricultural and industrial revolution came around in the UK, resulting in a change in basic assumption in food production. Further, developments in medicine and social welfare resulted in the population growth slowing down. From Malthus's errors, we can draw three important conclusions. The first of which is that we cannot get stuck in predicting the future by the same assumptions as we determine our current situation. Secondly, policymaking cannot be done too hastily in advance of the technological changes that are yet to come. And thirdly, if you get your fundamental analysis of the changes wrong, the result in policymaking is going to be terrible. In the case of Malthus, one should not fight disease because that will only continue the problem of population growth and the food shortage. Hence, why we call economics the dismal science. Now, if we move away from the Malthusian doom and gloom and focus on the present, then you will know better than I the great promise of the use of artificial intelligence and big data within the health sector. The use of AI and big data has the potential to improve diagnosis, treatment, and speed of healthcare delivery, personalized medicine, improved clinical decision-making, clinical research, and drug development. The epistemic power of big data allows us to bridge together different research communities and methodological approaches, otherwise difficult to link due to conceptual fragmentation, technical difficulties, and social barriers. Further, the technology has enormous predictive power by being able to map out specific health risks. This is only to name a few potential benefits, albeit important ones. Nonetheless, this technology has equally harmful potential, should it be used and governed irresponsibly. These potential harms should not undermine our confidence in the technology, but rather serve as a forewarning for policymakers. And I will mention just a few. One is the misinterpretation of data. AI systems rely on complex machine learning and artificial neural networks, which use hidden or unknown correlations of data for their outputs. If these systems are not correctly governed, there's a risk of misinterpreting the data, which could lead to incorrect diagnosis or treatment plans in a healthcare setting. We also have the problem of unchecked biases. High volume, velocity, and variety of data are at significant risk of containing inaccuracies, errors, and accounted for bias. Without proper governance, these biases could go unchecked, leading to skewed results and potential harmful consequences. Epistemic opacity, the complex nature of AI and its algorithms can make it difficult to understand how a system arrived at a certain conclusion. This lack of transparency can lead to difficulties in justifying decisions made by AI and can undermine trust in these systems. Inequality and power imbalance, the increasing commodification of data can lead to an increase in inequality of power and visibility between different nations, populations, and scientific communities. Without proper governance, this could lead to a data divide, where access and use of data technologies are unequal. And then we have known privacy concerns. The information within the data is extremely sensitive in the healthcare setting. Without strict regulations about the secured anonymity of the information within AI systems, we can cause severe harm to individuals as well as undermine public trust. And then we have other problems. I'm going to skip going through the details of them, but the misalignment of values and lack of accountability are problems as well. But I don't want to focus on the problems because I'm an optimist when it comes to technology, and I want us to use the benefits of AI in the healthcare setting. However, there's always this internal tension between technological progress and holding on to ethical principles. The policymaker stands in between the ambitions of business and the voice of ethics. The challenge is to avoid the rock of technological stagnation without getting too close to the whirlpool of unethical AI applications. This is the challenge that the policymaker face. The solution to this problem is not just simply more technology. Rather, what we need is trust. The policymaker needs ways in which he can successfully relieve the tension between those two dimensions. But it needs to be done in such a way that it maintains trust. Trust is the foundation upon which we build our relationship with the public. Trust is the foundation of science. Trust is the foundation of public health. A breach of this trust could lead to a situation worse than where we started, affecting not the perception of AI, but also overall trust in the health sector. How have we relieved the tension between ethical principles and the benefits of technology previously? Well, the answer is not with more technology, as I mentioned earlier. There are other aspects we need to reconsider if we are to successfully harness the benefits of innovative technology. But first, let me discuss a historical example, an example that perfectly illustrates how new technology often necessitates significant modifications to the ethical tools we employ to harness the benefits of that technology is the Gutenberg press. That was a revolutionary invention that completely transformed the landscape of information dissemination. With its advent, we had to conceive and implement what we know as copyright laws. This was a radical yet necessary revision in response to technological advancement. There was a need for the policymaker to address these developments for the technological change to have socially beneficial effects, for example, increased literacy. In healthcare, we have a few examples that we can look at here in Iceland. Here's a relatively recent example that took place in Iceland in 1991. This was in the Parliament of Iceland, a motion that was put forward. The concept of death was not clearly defined in Icelandic law, as it was thought to be almost a self-evident concept before at the time. The concept mapped onto reality on all instances, as there was not technology around that put it into question whether somebody was officially dead or not. You just relied on the experts pretty much on that. But when we had, as respirators came around and it was put in the context of the legislation, and technology that made it possible to maintain heartbeat even though brain activity had ceased, the concept required re-evaluation. The concept needed to be more precise, as the older conceptual criteria could not capture those instances. Therefore, the Parliament passed a bill in 1991 which took these instances into account, and we now have a re-engineered concept of death in light of technological progress and medical progress. Before the arrival of innovative technology, we have a concept. This concept is used to maintain ethical technical practice, but there comes a point in time when we encounter technological changes. At this point, the conceptual tool we use to maintain this balance is not fine-grained enough to map onto reality as it is presently, even though it did so successfully before technological change. Similar developments took place in response to the digital revolution, specifically in relation to the concept of data. Prior to the digital revolution, data was a concept which primarily referred to documents and filing cabinets, information documented on physical paper. With the digitalization of almost everything, the concept of data took a growth spurt. Data was not only accessible via physical papers, but also digitally, and captured information which is almost impossible to capture by human users manually, for example, in big data. Furthermore, in the AI revolution, the readers will not only be human users, but also other AI, which is a complete game changer, and explains the revolutionary nature of what we're undergoing. Currently now in Parliament, or will soon be introduced. It's not actually come to Parliament. We have something that is relevant to what we're talking about today. There's a legislation to be proposed to redefine the concept of a document within our legal framework. The motivation behind this change, we aim to simplify the justice system, make it more user-friendly, and expedite case processing. And we plan to achieve all this without sacrificing the quality and legal security that our system is built upon. This process is fueled by technological advancements and their inherent benefits, prompting us to rethink the traditional notion of a document. Through these changes, we aim to preserve and indeed enhance the quality and security of our legal system. Similarly, we should think about this in the healthcare setting. As I have demonstrated, we have to reconsider our concepts in light of technological change. Those changes call for a response from the policymaker. I think the Nordic countries are in an especially advantageous position to pioneer these sorts of developments in AI and healthcare with our healthcare and specialized knowledge. This methodology has been used efficiently before and can be used to further relieve the tension between the business of AI and the ethics of the healthcare sector. Concepts such as consent, privacy, responsibility might need to be reconsidered now in light of these changes. This does not mean, not at all, that there's any discount to be gained off the ethical obligation we are required to follow in medical practice. Further, if we do go down such a road, we will not be successful. As I mentioned earlier in this talk, a precondition for the successful implementation of AI in healthcare is that people trust it. The challenges we face are more nuanced than ever before, and this will require us to face them with greater precision than before, aiming at getting the best of both worlds, the benefits of AI and the ethical principles, and holding on to the trust of the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. Now, we've coffee for about 20 minutes, even 25 if we're lucky. So please don't go far, there's coffee out there. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started again. We're entering the second session of the day, which deals with translational and applied approaches. And we start the first session. Within the session is called the data-driven decision-making, and the first speaker is somewhere to be found. Oh, there she is Ingibjörg Eva Þórisdóttir. She is from something called the Planet Youth, the Chief Analytics and Advisory Officer at that organization, which helps communities worldwide to implement what we call the Icelandic prevention model. So, Ingibjörg, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good to see everybody. Weird to speak English in my country, but it's still something I'm used to every day. So I work for a company called Planet Youth, and we work in implementing the Icelandic prevention model around the world. How that adventure started is with this bold, arrogant statement is that Iceland knows how to stop teen substance abuse, but the rest of the world isn't listening. This is, I know, very arrogant, but it doesn't come from us. This comes from abroad. So in 2017, journalist came to Iceland, was examining the great results that we've had in reducing youth substance use. And that kind of went viral. It spread over the world. People were very interested in what we had been doing in Iceland, how we had been using data to better the environments of youth. And boy, did we get things done. So in 1998, we were among the leading nations in Europe in youth substance use. We were quite high. A lot of the youth had become drunk, had been smoking cigarettes and using cannabis. And everybody wanted to know, how did you drive this down? So that became the fundamental question. What can be done? And then, can you help us do the same? Well, what can be done when you think about youth substance use? Well, there are two ways that you can approach this. You can tackle the supply. So you can eliminate all the substances, ban it all, and just make it disappear. Well, I think we can all agree with the current legislation dialogue, the political landscape, that is not where we're headed. So a second answer was apparent that we needed to drive down the demand. Look at this from a different angle. How can we drive down the demand from youth? And what started this was in the situation in Iceland was quite bad at this time. Youth were hanging outside late. They were drinking in the downtown Reykjavik. I'm actually a teenager at that time, and I contribute to this statistic. Not very proud of it, but I've learned my lesson. And so what did we do? There was this sense of urgency. So the government, Reykjavik municipality, the European Cities Against Drugs, very many different stakeholders all came together. Policy, practice, researchers. And we started thinking, well, I say we, but they, now I work with this, what can be done? So the first thing was to know the situation. Everybody does surveys all the time. We've been monitoring youth well-being from very different aspects for a very long time. So the thought was that nothing is done in the youth domain without them. So the youth were asked. This is a picture from my colleague Margaret Lilja. She usually says that they were never asked anything, never asked to participate in anything except like a traffic survey where you could guess the right answers and get a prize. But I am brought up in this Icelandic model. I got this questionnaire. So we started gathering data around youth, trying to understand what's happening in their environments. We realized we needed to focus upstream. When you look at a risk behavior that's already started, that's not primary prevention, then you are focusing on different efforts, more costly efforts usually. So upstream thinking requires us to think, what can we do now that will benefit society 20 years later? So we think about upstream activities, trying to intervene in the lives of youth, trying to improve the lives of youth by tackling the causes of causes. So this was mainly focused on substance use at that time. And the idea is that if you create healthy development environments for youth, you will have healthier, happier youth, you will have healthier, happier adults, and hence healthier, happier societies. So that is the thought process. I know this is utopian and you don't catch everybody, but if you catch some, you're better off than if you catch none, right? So we needed to understand the risk and protective factors in the lives of youth. So this youth survey was to understand risk and protective factors within the lives of youth. So we could address these factors, so we could improve, we could strengthen the protective factors, we could try to diminish the risk factors. And the focus in the Icelandic prevention model became on these domains around youth. And these are domains that we realized that we could go in and we could intervene. It's the domain around the family. It's the domain around the leisure time, the school, and the peer group. And the data became so important because it is a way of gathering people to focus on the same goal. Today we have so much data, but if we don't use it to make decisions and we don't use it to act on it, then we're not likely to see changes because the data itself doesn't generate the changes in our societies. So the data allowed these very many community stakeholders to come together to start working on a specific goal. And it also allowed these stakeholders to make decisions based on the data. So it's not just, I feel like this is something that's going on. We know this is something that's going on. The schools were very important because the schools are the hubs where youth are located. This is where we could reach the youth. So the surveys were administered within the school. This is where the information was gathered. But at the same time, this was not an intervention process based at the oldest adolescents. This is to create societies for all the youth. The indicators that were measured were very many. They've changed throughout the years. The first question on computer use was, do you have a computer at your house? Now this is quite different, and as you can imagine, and challenges are also different. That is why we need to measure consistently. And if we look at the changes in Iceland, we can see that there have been very many changes in the lives of youth. Drinking has gone down, smoking has gone down, cannabis use has gone down, despite the efforts that are also ongoing to kind of make it normalized. Time spent with parents has increased, and sports participation, which is a very important protective factor in the lives of youth, has also increased. So what did the data tell us? It told us that by working with parents, working with different organizations, we could improve some of the protective factors in the lives of youth. Parents got the message that spending time with your children, quantity, not quality, was important. We could see time spent with parents increase. Parental monitoring applied, knowing where your children are, knowing their friends' names, the parents of those friends. It is also important to prevent risk behavior. Being outside late in the evening is a risk factor for very many things. And in Iceland, we had this outside hours law way before this started. So that's part of the child welfare law. But it still didn't make a difference until parents got together and said, hey, we're just all gonna follow this. Participation in organized leisure activities increased. And then we could see when we look at this organized leisure activities and risk behavior that it definitely is a protective factor when you look at substance use. And also just participating in music and arts. So it's not just sports that are protective, it's having this environment, having something to do. So in 2017, the Icelandic Center for Social Research and Analysis, who had been pioneering this, had got very many requests from all over the world. And so the Planet Youth Guidance Program was started. And this was a way of exporting the Icelandic prevention model, not the way it was done in Iceland, but to adapt it to different societies. And now we are working all over the world to help communities achieve the same things that we've done in Iceland, to use data to better the societies of youth. This is a community-based approach. So we believe that building a community that delays the onset of substance use as long as possible in youth, so it's not saying that it's forever banned, it's a matter of delaying it, will improve the lives of the youth living there. So it's not just the delaying of substance use, it's the improvement of their life. So we work in 5-year cycles where data is the key to everything that we do. We collect youth data, we collect process data. And we funnel everything back to the community. The community always has the current data. They always make the decision. But data in and of itself is not very important if there is nobody on the receiving end. So before we do anything, we gather these local stakeholders. We start building coalitions. We start getting the people that care to want to work with the data. And then we move through a cyclical process that is repeated again and again and again and again and again. It's not a magic bullet, it's not a one-time prescription. So we tell them we need to collect data to analyze the local environment. Because if you have average figures for the entire country, for your continent, for even just your community, there are variabilities within the community. And if we want to spend our resources wisely, we need to understand these variabilities. We emphasize immediate feedback. So writing scientific articles usually takes a little more time than 4 to 8 weeks, but that is how long we want it to take before we get the results back to the communities. Within 8 weeks, everybody should know the current situation. Because it has to be fresh, because you have to be able to act immediately. And if you bring old data to communities, nobody believes that it's their children. They just say, no, this is old data that does not apply to our children. So the core elements, we use evidence-based. To know where we're going, we need to know where we stand. We're not necessarily focusing on changing the current environment, we're focusing on seeing down the line a change in our environment. We focus on communities, because communities are those that care. Communities are those that are involved in the lives of youth. Community is where youth live. Of course, the larger structures matter as well, but there's so much that we can do within the community. And we focus on building a team between researchers, policy, and practice, so that we're all talking in the same direction. We're all making decisions for youth, and also by hearing the youth voices. And to kind of sum up is that when things are normalized, they become invisible. And in Iceland, it has been quite normalized now that youth do not engage in substance use. Youth drinking is not normalized because that is the small proportion that are doing it. These amazing results that we have achieved, I think it's more amazing that we've been able to maintain it, because getting it down is one thing, maintaining it for a decade is another thing. But you know what? If we want to change this back, it's really easy. Legalize cannabis, put alcohol in the stores, lower the age of buying alcohol. Next time we measure, it's all gone up. So we also have to use data to make decisions. We have to make sure that we have the public health glasses on, that we're looking towards society in the long term, not just what's beneficial right now for a small group of people. And what we tell all the communities that we work with, because everybody wants a quick fix. Everybody wants this to go down in 5 years. That's because we say a 5-year cycle, because that is the bare minimum that you can kind of see results. We tell them it takes time. Societal problems develop over decades. You don't change things overnight. And I know it's really shitty when you want to try to change something and you tell them, just be patient. That is still how it has to be. But we know that it can be done because it's been done before. We all changed our behaviors when COVID hit. We were all quite quick to change behaviors and wash your hands and use hand sanitizers and masks. I'm not going to remind you maybe of this time, but it tells us that we can do it because we were all focused on the same thing. It's not a project. That's also a thing, because it's about changing the way you think and then acting in a different way. And that also takes time. And it takes time also to re-educate new parents, new stakeholders. Because when you normalize things, you kind of forget how different they were before. So it's all about empowering those that care and making them the norm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ingibjörg. I guess you people from outside must be wondering how marvelous we are in all aspects, but this is certainly well done. Having 4 children, I can confirm that. Anyway, we'll keep on with hearing about data-driven decision-making. And our next speaker, Guðrún Ólafsdóttir, is an expert at Deloitte, has extensive knowledge of the IT sector, and she will speak to us about strategic workforce planning under the heading Navigating the Digital Transformation. So, Guðrún, please.
Hi, everyone. I just want to start quickly by saying, Ingibjörg, I found what you were saying super interesting, because I'm maybe a little bit younger than you are, and I was actually in the starting phase of seeing the change. And when I became a teenager, I was one of the few people who didn't want to try all of the things you were mentioning, but just a few years later, you could really see the change. So it's really cool to see that the data can actually be used for good value. But to what I'm supposed to say. I'm here to give a short introduction to a really impressive project we have been working on with the Ministry of Health. And this project is actually headed by the Ministry of Health, and that is creating an effective workforce planning framework for the Icelandic healthcare. A small topic, like you can hear. We at Deloitte, we strongly believe that the future of health will be driven by digital transformation enabled by radically interoperable data and open, secure platforms. We also believe that emergent digital technologies, automation, artificial intelligence can enable a shift from the current reactive model to a continuous, forward-looking, proactive model focused on prevention and earlier diagnosis to sustain well-being and improve the cost-effectiveness of healthcare. The current state of staffing in Icelandic healthcare creates an opportunity to utilize these new technologies to optimize and enhance existing roles and create new ones that enable clinicians to use the full range of their skills and abilities and broaden the scope of practice. It is also an opportunity to recruit new types of staff with new skills to maximize the effectiveness of the healthcare system by letting the employees focus on their actual work but not on the necessary supporting roles. But what is strategic workforce planning? Strategic workforce planning in healthcare is the systematic process of our workforce capabilities, of aligning our workforce capabilities and capacities with the long-term goals of our healthcare system and the level of service we want to be able to have. It involves proactively planning for the right mix of skills at the right time in the right amounts to deliver on the promise of excellent patient care. This becomes increasingly critical in the era of digital transformation, where advanced technologies, data analytics, and telemedicine are changing the way we deliver our service. It ensures that our workforce is not only prepared for today's challenges, but is also ready for the healthcare innovations of tomorrow. This approach not only ensures that we have the right number of healthcare professionals to meet the growing and changing health needs of the population, but it also aligns with the skills and roles of our workforce with the future landscape of healthcare services in mind. By anticipating technological advancements, evolving disease patterns, and demographic shifts, strategic workforce planning enables healthcare providers to deliver high-quality service efficiently and effectively. It is the cornerstone of a resilient healthcare system, ensuring that we are prepared to face the challenges of tomorrow with a workforce that is skilled, adaptable, and ready to innovate. But before we can forge an effective workforce planning strategy, we must confront key challenges, and that's exactly what we're doing with the Ministry of Health. It's essential to recognize the hurdles that stand between us and a robust workforce planning framework. Our ability to forecast and meet the healthcare demands hinges on overcoming these obstacles. We must get a clearer view of demand, today and into the future, varying by level of service, profession, and location. For example, in terms of population trends, the age structure of our population, and the number of tourists that visit our beautiful country. We must also acquire more accurate real-time data. There is a lack of real-time data on staffing and productivity in various areas of healthcare today, and like mentioned previously, accurate data is the key to being able to proactively forecast how the future demand will look like. For example, what changes are happening and how fast. We must also clarify staffing standards. What is needed at a specific time, at a specific location, when a specific incident happens. Today's staffing standards are often undefined, unclear, or differing. And even though we're only talking about healthcare today, I think it is safe to say that the same applies in many other industries. And finally, we must coordinate job titles. The definitions of job titles within and between health institutions are often different, which makes it difficult for us to analyze between and to get actually the accuracy we need. Now, having thoroughly examined the challenges confronting our healthcare system, it's clear that a robust and a forward-thinking approach is crucial. As we head into solutions, I will outline a strategic framework for workforce planning that is both pragmatic and aligned with the Ministry's commitment to high-quality healthcare delivery. Like I said before, the Ministry of Health started this ambitious project before we became involved. And we were and still are deeply impressed by the foresight and how well this project is structured. We have now been working together for a while, and our main focus has been on the development of a structural approach that is informed by data, guided by best practices and designed to be resilient. But how did it all begin? We began by establishing a clear vision. But it's not about just knowing where you're going. You have to share it with someone else or all the other ones. So this vision moves. We told everyone else about where we were going, because we were going to make sure that everyone were moving in unison. With this vision formulated, we have already consulted with key stakeholders, healthcare professionals, administrative staff, and various institutions at stake to ensure it resonates at every level. Next, we delved into the data, and this is actually the fun part on my side. Through thorough mapping and quality assessment, we've gained an understanding of our current resources and their allocation. Here, we were able to gain a deep understanding of the location of the available data and its structure. Mapping and doing some baseline assessments with the data made us really sure about that a small integration of a relatively few databases can provide a good overview of the staffing and performance of the most extensive service categories in the Icelandic healthcare system. And this was actually good news to us, because going into this phase, we didn't know what we would find, and we found more than we expected. And this is actually where we're at right now. We're now working on presenting the current picture by using the data to our advantage. Following that, we will create proposals for improvements aligning with the needs identified. So, our final phase is where our preparation meets action. Effective strategic workforce planning. Although yet to commence, the groundwork we've laid will inform our strategic initiatives. This is where we'll adapt to the projected needs of our population and the evolution in healthcare technology and services. The ambition is to have built a governmental foundation, both with regulatory changes as well as changed behavior, where the total data set of the healthcare system is interconnected and with the ability to become a strong managerial tool to build a truly data and analytics-driven management of healthcare in Iceland. So, by achieving our goals, we can identify talent, need, and availability by understanding and planning for the skills required. We can make data-driven decisions on talent, both human and machine, needed for the future. We can elevate the workforce experience by exposing managers and employees to opportunities to build skills and grow careers. We can prepare for alternate and adverse outcomes with scenario plans considering diverse economics and talent access. Finally, we can proactively anticipate talent investment required to support business imperatives and strategic goals. But most importantly, we can become a globally leading healthcare system. Thanks.
Thank you, Guðrún. We'll then turn to Chapter 2 in this second session, which is under the heading of Innovative Research. And we will start with a small video, and then we'll have a couple of speakers on that issue.
One of the things that has changed dramatically over the past 20 years and has basically caused revolution in many fields is our ability to gather, store, and mine data. And when it comes to research into the nature of human disease, most of it today is being done by studying human diversity, by trying to figure out the difference in the risk of disease, difference in the way in which people respond to treatment. And this has in many ways changed not just the research into nature of disease, it has also changed the way in which we think about the delivery of healthcare. When we are doing the research into nature of disease, we are trying to figure out the common denominator or people who are at a particular risk of a disease who respond to treatment in a particular way. And we are trying to define groups of people who have a particular risk, who respond in a particular way. When we are delivering healthcare, we are doing the flip side of this. We are taking individuals and trying to figure out into what groups do these people fit. And the idea behind this kind of delivery of healthcare is that it is not just important to design the treatment on the basis of the nature of the disease, but also to design it and keep an eye on the peculiarities, the individuality of the patient. And this is what is called precision medicine, and this is what all of us expect is going to cause a revolution in healthcare over the next few years.
Precision medicine or personalized medicine is currently being implemented at university hospitals throughout the Western world. In the past, we have of course included personal characteristics of patients in our care. However, the revolution in human genetics over the past 25 years or so has generated information that we can now use in our care for patients. We can diagnose conditions and intervene earlier than before and hopefully deliver better results. I think it's fair to state that we are facing new times in medical care. Here at Landspítali, the National University Hospital, we of course must introduce this new form of patient care. We are of course in an unusually strong position here in Iceland due to the work of Decode Genetics over the past 25 years, characterizing the genomic sequence of Icelanders. In other countries, the genetic information still needs to be generated for the population. Nevertheless, here at the University Hospital, we need to build the infrastructure required to be able to provide this new form of medical care in the best possible way, including training of staff, introducing digital solutions in order to handle this wealth of data that will be used in the care of each individual patient.
So, our first speaker in person here is Dr. Sædís Sævarsdóttir. She is a professor in precision medicine at the University of Iceland. She is a scientist at Decode Genetics and also a consultant in rheumatology at the Department of Rheumatology at Landspítali University Hospital. So, thanks.
Minister of Health, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly happy to participate in this program and that you chose this subject of data and digitalization to move from an evolution to revolution in our healthcare system, as I see it. My topic is personalized medicine from a Nordic perspective, and personalized medicine is, data and digitalization are fundamental factors to succeed in personalized medicine, as I will explain further. The outline of my talk is what personalized medicine is, how we can personalize medicine, the Nordic perspective of it, and finally, and not the least, education of our society and healthcare professionals in personalized medicine. So what is it? In Sweden, we say kärt barn har många namn. Personalized medicine, precision medicine is used quite interchangeably. Stratified medicine is about the same concept. In Icelandic, this has been translated into einstaklingsmiðuð heilbrigðisþjónusta, sniðlækningar. But personalized medicine aims to be precise, as opposed to the one-size-fits-all approach, to individualize therapy through the use of all available parameters that have evidence-based association with disease risk, outcome, treatment response, toxicity, side effects, or whatever outcome that is of importance for the citizens and to gain maximum quality of life. So to choose the best treatment for each individual at each time point and avoid unnecessary treatment, side effects, and cost. And the conceptual idea of personalized medicine is by no means new. I mean, as doctors, haven't we always been trying to do this? And some say that Hippocrates himself once invented it. But the thing is, although personalized medicine may, and sounded to me in the beginning like a fancy new term, it in essence just describes the systematic approach to the use of all available information to deliver the best healthcare, because the wealth of data that is available now and accumulating is in many cases no longer feasible, time efficient, or realistic for us as individual doctors to know all predictors, apply those, do the risk stratification in each patient appointment. We need help. And we really need to bridge the gap from the bench to the bedside for all information to be useful for patient care. If you move to the European Commission that has put focus, as has the rest of the world, on funding and development of personalized medicine, they see that personalized medicine addresses the challenges of common medicines not being effective in treating large numbers of patients, and the rising healthcare costs due to more prevalent chronic diseases and an aging population. So we can say that sometimes we have an acute crisis. Here we have an increasingly chronic crisis that we really need to act upon. And it does this through tailor-made prevention and treatment strategies for individuals or groups. So patients receive the specific therapies that work best for them, and no money is wasted on trial and error treatments, because for a large number of our most commonly and costly drugs that we are using today, only a proportion of the individuals is actually benefiting from that particular treatment. And we can save both time and money, avoid adverse events, and increase quality of life if we can beforehand identify those patients that will benefit from its treatment and even hinder the disease. So what are we really talking about? How can we personalize medicine? And I'm going to tell you it's not only about genetics, because there are types of parameters used to personalize medicine now and have been done, in fact, for many years that were quite known to us all. We are talking about lifestyle habits. We are talking about clinical measures, protein levels, genotypes. This we are already using in clinical care. And I'll give you a few simple examples. Here we are talking about coronary heart disease. We all know that smoking and obesity is bad for you, and you should improve these lifestyle measures. Thankfully, it's beneficial for all chronic diseases to quit smoking and gain normal weight. We are talking about clinical measures like high blood pressure that you need to treat, cholesterol levels we measure in blood, and rare forms of hypercholesterolemia, familial ones, where we have identified certain variants in genome. And this is just one example. We have so rapidly increasing knowledge now about all the biomarkers of proteins and genotypes, etc. But this is no novel idea. We are just developing it very rapidly. Another example from our own field is rheumatoid arthritis, the most common inflammatory joint disease. There we also know that smoking increases the risk, and so does obesity, associated also with much worse outcome. We have some clinical measures that are predictive of outcome. We have autoantibodies that really help us to define 2/3 of the population, and all these factors have been crucial in order to make studies on the development of drugs and improve outcome. And then in genetics, we have recently been doing studies identifying very many genes or genotypes that are associated with the risk of the disease, but by far the most impact still has the first one identified, the HLA-DRB1 shared epitope, as it's referred to. And just to illustrate, when we start to interact with these factors, here I have 3 factors. We have the autoantibody positive subset of the disease. We have increasing number of pack years of cigarette smoking from left to right, and we have no single or double copies of this risk genotype. And as you see,
those with the risk genotype that smoke as compared to no smoking history have dramatic differences in the risk of getting disease. Here we're only talking about 3 factors. Imagine if they're starting to have hundreds of factors, or thousands of factors, or millions of factors. Here we need help. So the novel biomarkers are the field that we most often relate to the development and revolution we expect to happen in personalized or precision medicine. But also mentioning, I'm afraid there's not much I can do for you now. You should come in sooner before you got sick. Prevention, early diagnosis, early treatment, it always saves money and it always increases quality of life. So we have to go in early. In terms of the genetics, there is, and as you have heard on the news during the last week, we are learning more and more about actionable genotypes. And the American College of Medical Genetics and Genomics have provided recommendations that are regularly updated. And in this from 2021, basis of a new publication I'm going to show you, of 73 genotypes and 73 genes that are associated with diseases for which preventive or therapeutic measures are available. Because it's not ethical to look at things that we cannot act upon. And here is a publication from Iceland in the prestigious New England Journal of Medicine published last week, illustrating that 1 in 25 Icelanders, so 4%, have actionable genotypes in the list from 2021. This list is increasing rapidly. And they also suggested a number of actionable genotypes based on the Icelandic population. And what are the actions we can do here? Well, we can prevent cancer from occurring, like for the BRCA genes and the breast and ovarian cancer. We can have implanted defibrillators for those who have a high risk of arrhythmia and sudden death. And we can diagnose iron overload and have regular blood phlebotomy to prevent the consequences of hemochromatosis. And we are doing some of these tests in routine clinic already. And the biomarker discovery has revolutionized during the last 2 decades or so. So the technology has increased so immensely that I can say that many of my colleagues in the genetic field say that what we are doing today was science fiction 5-10 years ago. And previously, most studies, when I was starting in this, I don't think it's so long ago, we are only focusing on single or a few biomarkers that we are having hypotheses about. And now we are simply looking at the whole spectrum of a given biomarker type, referred to as omics. And in a recent study, and what we are doing at Decode, for example, today, this means that we are looking at 64 million sequence variants in the genome in the Nordic population. Or we are looking at the expression of 20,000 genes, all the genes in the genome. And we are looking at protein levels in plasma in a single drop of blood of 5,000 proteins. And we are looking at associations with disease, but also we are looking at if you have a risk genotype for a disease, what effect does it have on the proteins in the blood or the expression of the genes, etc. So the knowledge increases at a great speed. But it's also important to bear in mind that the biomarkers that are discovered so rapidly now need to be validated before they are implemented in the clinical setting. And that journey is maybe not as established today as we would like. And that is something we need to develop further, I think. And that is this journey from bench to bedside that takes time from the discovery to biomarker validation, the clinical validation, and it's not all biomarkers that survive this journey, and usually it takes more and more time when you get into a clinical setting with a biomarker discovery. And importantly as well, you need to validate new novel biomarkers in the context of other predictors before you can go to regulatory approval and clinical implementation. And just to illustrate the point, I mean, if we are not putting this all into context, we are simply with artificial intelligence or whatever fancy excellent method, finding a biomarker for obesity that we can actually know already if we just wait the patient in front of us. So we really need to put all our efforts together as a team. And now I'm going to move into the Nordic perspective. And Nordic decision makers realized early that by joining forces, the Nordics could really become a key player in personalized medicine. Why? Well, we have similar societal structures. We have welfare systems with general access to healthcare and education, and data collection at population level from pre-birth and throughout life, which is extremely important. And we have a long tradition of Nordic collaboration. We have healthcare, education, research, funding opportunities, and politics that we collaborate on. And in terms of discovery and validation, we can discover in one country and validate in another country. We can be a test bed in Iceland, as has been pointed out earlier today. And the Nordic infrastructure really enables the personalized medicine development or revolution because we have the nationwide longitudinal cohorts in registries, in the clinical registries, the quality registry, demographic social parameter registries, and so forth. And then we have longitudinal biobanks and very good well-educated people to work on the samples from these biobanks, and great initiatives ongoing in the Nordic countries, including here, Finland, and so forth. And then we have our electronic health records, and the key factor we have that many around the world envy us from, we have the unique personal identification numbers that link together these sources. And for these sources, we also have the Nordic social security system, legal and ethnical framework that provides the privacy, trust, and return of value to the citizens. And that is so important in this context. And to point out as well that nationwide cohorts, they include all citizens and take the human diversity into account, as compared to studies on specific, much more homogeneous study populations entering, for example, a drug trial where you are testing the efficacy. Of course, we need both parts, but it's so important in turn to implement everything that we can study on the large scale. And for our nationwide data sources that are collected in routine care, we of course need to quantify, check, and clean the data, prepare the variables to analyze those big data, build algorithms, validate the findings, etc. And I'm not going to go into the technical details on algorithms building here, but simplify as the validated predictors can be implemented in the clinic. Such data-driven learning environments, as envisioned, with unified research and healthcare systems, can transform healthcare. And we have the possibility to do this. And Iceland can lead this transformation because we have powerful infrastructure, and that decode the genotypes are already available for the population. So we are really in a good position in a nationwide setting. This vision is quite futuristic sometimes for our pre-burnout, too much to do healthcare workers, and I can be one of those from time to time. So I understand that our colleagues that are working in a system that is sometimes quite dysfunctional, even though we are proud of it, it's better than in most places of the world, they have difficulty to follow this rapid development and envision how all this additional information can be added to the routine care. So it's so important to mention that the infrastructure needs to be developed along the way, but we have to dare to start to reach the goal of effective and personalized healthcare. And I think we can do it, and I think we showed ourselves that we can do it in the COVID-19 pandemic. We are good at handling acute crisis, just as our Minister of Health and Mr. President told us about this morning. And we did it in COVID. But the elements of how we did it were good leadership and good teamwork and good digital solutions using the data and the patients to almost in real time gain the knowledge from the research that we're doing all over the world to make the patients fill in digital applications as soon as they were diagnosed, and those with poor prognostic factors were taken in for early intervention at the outpatient level instead of going in too sick in the inpatient unit. So I really think we can do this revolution of personalized medicine, but we need to do it together and as a team with good leadership. And we need to educate healthcare professionals who will work in the future personalized medicine to help them envision the potential challenges and benefits of this development. And that was something that was also very well done by Alma, Vider, and their team during the COVID pandemic. So we can do that as well. And just mentioning the education, that I was fortunate to be on the journey of making educational material on a Nordic level in personalized medicine. And it was launched last year, open access worldwide on the Coursera platform in collaboration with all the Nordic countries, and we got the funding from the Joint Committee of Nordic Medical Research Councils, and we have 30 videos in 6 modules. You can all access it and look at what you like, a mixture of lectures, interviews, and dialogues, and I was coordinating this initiative together with Professor Cicely Ostrowski in University of Copenhagen, and we take a very broad approach on it. Looking at the health information, the biomarkers, genetics, omics, how we gain evidence and documentation, how we communicate findings about genotypes, for example, and the ethical, legal, and social aspects of personalized medicine. So this is a basic understanding course, and then we can, of course, add up on it. And there were contributors from all the Nordic countries, including many people you know from the list that have been or will be talking here today. So with that, I will just thank you for listening. Welcome to your course, and I'm really excited to follow the development in Iceland and the Nordic countries in the coming years.
Thank you, Sædís. Very inspirational. We now move on to Dr. Thor Aspelund, who is a professor in epidemiology and biostatistics at the University of Iceland in the Department of Medicine, of course, a highly renowned statistician who got his break for world fame during the COVID crisis, of course, analyzing the trends and foreseeing them like no other. He will today speak about a different issue because he's going to address an issue which he calls solving the unsolvable, artificial intelligence and robotics in spinal cord injury. So, Thor, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Christian. And I'm glad to be here. It's a wonderful conference, well planned, an exciting program. You might wonder why am I speaking about AI and robotics, but it's all about modeling, right? And I think, so much in our life depends on modeling and will be that I wanted to get involved in this project because Auður, who is here today with us, where are you, Auður? There you are. She has been championing for the solutions in the cure and care for people with spinal cord injury from '89, when her daughter was in a car accident and sustained a spinal cord injury. And I was smitten by Auður's enthusiasm and her a quest for knowledge. What is the status? What can be done, etc. This is a group photo where we are signing with the rector of the university and some people from the Institute of Spinal Cord Injury with Auður, and some other people from the university, and my collaborator here, Margaret, who is a master's in public health and a nurse. And we are sort of going over the evidence. That is our role. Our role is to evaluate the evidence and educate. I mean, we are also educators. What is the current evidence supporting the use of machine learning and AI in the treatment towards cure and care of people with spinal cord injury? We want to educate about how to separate the real useful use of AI from the hype. Because unfortunately, this is all happening now. We are in the storm, and there is a lot of hype. And we want to educate about the progress of use of AI in treatments in other fields of medicine, to draw on the experience from others. And it was very rude of me to not send my all the best to the president who was here this morning, and of course to you, Willem. It has been great to get to know what's going on in government, and they're actually doing a great job. Like Björgvin told us about this morning. It takes time, and Clayton told us about the time involved, and Sutherland about the data, and I'm the guy who reads the OECD reports. And I think I sense that the common, goal and thinking, it's how to move forward. And so I brought up a picture of, what is in the current news now. It's sort of news like this. We are seeing people walking again with the help of some sophisticated equipment that has machine learning and AI somehow in the loop. And this is from this year, 23. So we should embrace everything like this, because this will move us forward. Is it cure? No. Is it care? Yes. But isn't it also some kind of cure? I mean, is it anything wrong to live with sophisticated equipment on you? I'll take more examples later. Another wonderful example, just in the news. See, it was very hard to prepare for this lecture because there was always something new coming up every day. This is November 6th. Sort of a short clip of a man walking again with Parkinson's. And, talk about, our role. We're talking about artificial intelligence. Then we have this subfield of machine learning. That's the modeling part, where the data comes into play and sort of where I come into play. And I like this particular one because they say that machine learning is a subset of AI that includes abstruse. You know the word abstruse? Now, why did they have to put abstruse? I mean, it's just statistics. But they had to put some kind of a, feeling that it is very complex or magical. Abstruse means that you don't understand it. It's a strange person. Some statisticians are strange persons, but not their methods. It's all modeling, and they can explain. They have objective functions to predict, minimize error rate, etc. There is nothing abstruse. Then there are, of course, higher levels of sophistication, like deep learning models that are part of machine learning, but they're also models. So this is all that we can, learn about together and embrace without fear. More on this. This is getting, we are connecting the brain and the mind and the vision, and this is a lot of research going on in this field. These exoskeletons are getting more clever. AI is integrated into this equipment. People are walking with using wearable cameras to help them move forward, etc. So we should also embrace this. Because if you're using AI in some field, it's going to help us in other fields. So talking about doing, so this is Willem taking he's not in his office like Björgvin showed us. Now Willem's outside shoveling, getting things done. So building, expanding the rehabilitation center at Grensás. Very important. And with Runolfur, who also gave a talk here in the video before. So, and people from the spinal cord, the rehabilitation group, and people that are called the Friends of Grensás. So this is a very important event, and this was last month. So there is so much happening. It's so wonderful. There is a lot of publication, of course. There's a whole lot of things going on in science. Great many papers being published now on all kinds of devices to help you in your current life. And there is also a lot of papers on prediction models. How you will perform, what is your prognosis, and to make this a little bit more abstruse, they put neural network in the title, they put machine learning, XGBoost. That sounds really abstruse, but it isn't. It's just modeling, actually. So we can implement these if we are interested in this. Definitely. That's my role. I review the science. There is a hope for cure always in the background, and there are some sophisticated experiments being done, but I have to say that they are very premature. That is just a fact. This reminds me of the time scale in all of this. Be patient. We have to be patient, but that is true. I'm pointing out here of the progress in Parkinson's disease, where there's a news item from 2013 of getting closer to a stem cell therapy for Parkinson's disease. Now it's 22. It's actually 23 today, but 22 now. Last year, scientists discovered a dual function of a key protein, Parkinson's disease protein. So there's a time scale here that's long. But there is hope, actually. I know the surgeons in Boston who are, Eastern Icelandic one, Dr. Ástráðsson, who is actually working heavily in this. And now that's sort of the title, Solving the Unsolvable. Suddenly, there is a hope that there is a solution to the unsolvable, curing Parkinson's. I'm just saying this. We have to know about the epidemiology, of course. We need data. What is the status of the situation? This needs to be updated. This hasn't been done for a while formally, but fortunately we have now a Nordic database talking about Nordic cooperation, about cases and their care, but there is no data really on cure yet, of course. There is this same theme, the data is lacking. And without good data, there is no learning and no AI, really. And when you look into what is machine learning, this always comes up. There is something about learning from data, learning from data, learning from data. That's the key. But the data is lacking, and there is not a communication. We have the cables, they are there. We heard about that this morning. But there is this frustration, maybe. I looked into the European multi-center study about spinal, and they are really frustrated about the status of the Americans. They say that, well, okay, there's a spinal cord, there's a large North American database, but this lacks rigor and only focuses on certain centers. So no connection, okay? Then there is the Nordic one, up here, but there doesn't seem a lot of connection there either. So, we have heard this morning. There needs to be a lot of work done to actually get this connected together, even though we have all the cables. But in Iceland, I want to be specific because maybe we can start to do something. We have heard about great examples here about prevention in youth, substance abuse, and etc. But we still lack some basic things. For example, we would definitely need a registry for type 2 diabetes, so diabetes registry. Do we need to invent everything from scratch? No, we can get help from the Swedes. They are very good at this. We actually need a heart failure registry too, by the way, Sweden. But they also have it, so why not just join with them? Why do I say this? Because we've been talking about the status of chronic diseases that are very expensive. And this is BMI in Iceland. This is the prevalence of type 2 diabetes, which is a very costly chronic disease. And this was the situation in 67, low BMI, low prevalence of diabetes. And then this has been just marching up here. And I don't know where this will go. Now, to do something about the situation, we need the data. So this is just an example of what we could do something about right now. Now, do I have experience with AI in Iceland? Yes, I have. I have been implementing a solution with Landspítali about screening for eye disease. The idea came from Einar Stefánsson, professor in ophthalmology, in 2008. And it got implemented 2019. So it only took 10 years. But still, it is being done. So so let's forget about the 10 years. Just celebrate that this is being done. There is a sort of a machine learning screening approach. So people with high risk get screened more often. People with low risk get screened more seldom. So we take the risk factors, we combine them into a risk prediction model, and there comes out a suggestion that this person should come soon. I mean, 7 months is soon, because usually it was 1 year or 2 years. So there are examples of things going on that I know of, and that can definitely be done more. Cancer screening, we have talked about this, me and the Directorate of Health. I mean, we could do better there also. We could implement, and that's sort of part of the personalized medicine thought. We can use some of all this data, the genetics and the family history. We have that in Iceland here, like they explained from Decode. And this could be planned, with the simple idea that high risk screened more often, low risk more seldom. This could actually be done. Now, in Landspítali, they are not very prominent about. So this is a bad joke, but because it might be there, but they are not putting it in the they are not putting it up on the flashboards. We are using AI because this is an example from the NHS, the UK National Health System, which they are very proud of, and we are also very proud of our health system, no question. They sort of transformed this last year and created this AI lab, which should be also done here. And I was thinking that Guðrún Ása would be the first leader of that lab. But she might have other plans, I don't know. Just a thought. I'm thinking out loud. I do that sometimes. Now, AI is also revolutionizing treatment for diabetes, and also for type 2 diabetes, and also for type 1, of course, which is this, and this, now I'm almost done. This is sort of my punchline now. This is the personalized system that controls your blood sugar if you are a type 1 person, and it talks to the cloud. We heard about using the cloud this morning, how important it is to be open to such solutions. This thing measures your blood sugar and sends it up to the cloud, but there's a 5-minute delay, and what do you think is going to happen next? Of course, there's going to be an AI solution. So it's coming from all directions. This will be continuous data monitoring, and it will contain more. It will take into account your exercise, your diet, and sort of the environment you're in. So we should embrace these cloud solutions and implement them. Of course, think about safety, that has been mentioned. The safety concerns are, of course, very important. And we are not going to lose our jobs. They're just going to change. And I have to remind you that there is a list of new jobs that are going to be needed for this AI revolution. You don't want to make your doctors and nurses data engineers. You hire data engineers because they will then burn out. If you put this also on top of their hefty schedule to care about the data, because data has to be cared about. Without good data, there is no learning. This has to be thought of. So to end, I have to end with some reading suggestions. That's my educator role. Listen to this book on Storytel. It's an excellent book to listen to. It's about deep medicine, and it's hopeful how artificial intelligence can make healthcare human again. That's the thing. We're all waiting for it, but it's there. So, to end my final slide, showcase AI, put it into action, choose some pace setters that we can look to. Highlight the use of AI in the Grenshaus facility, in the care of persons with spinal cord injury. Show the technology, use the technology. Use AI in cancer screening. Use AI for other types of screening. Use AI for blood pressure control. That could be a pace setter, a good example. Look at trends, status. And then the type 1 and type 2 care of diabetes that I already mentioned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thor. Since we're all thinking out loud, maybe we should make Thor the next health minister when Willem retires. I think he's got a lot of good proposals. I'm not firing Willem, not yet. We are now going to turn to clinical integration. We'll have a couple of lectures on that subject. And to begin with, we will hear from Svava Maria Atladóttir on strategies for seamless integration of digital solutions in clinical practice. She is the Executive Director of Development at Landspítali University Hospital and has extensive experience in this field all over the world. So, Svava, please.
Hi, it's really great to be here today. And I come from Landspítali, which is the National University Hospital, and I bear the title there of Chief Transformation Officer. I also sit as an Executive Director of the hospital as well. I have the pleasure of telling you a little bit about what we're doing at the hospital to support these changes that are occurring right now. If we're talking about data and digital, we have to take a pause and we have to go back to people a little bit. And so I do want to just sort of bring back to the forefront some of the fun statistics about Iceland that we heard earlier today and what they mean actually for us at the hospital. We are a population of under 400,000 people, where 30% of us live in rural areas. That means that for us as a hospital, equity, health equity and reach is really, really important. And for that, we find a lot of hope with the digital tools. We also have a very diverse population. 1 out of every 5 people who live here is born somewhere else. And while our national language is Icelandic, our unofficial second and third languages are Icelandic and Polish. That creates some challenges as well for healthcare delivery. And we have a very, very highly digitally literate population. Typical day at our hospital, what's happening? We have about 600 or so patients right now. We have about 9 babies that will be born. I just checked, I think there were 6 as of this morning. We create about 5 tons of waste, only recycle about half of it. We have almost 10,000 laboratory tests, which serve the entire nation as well. We are at about 100% capacity of beds each day. So it's a good thing that we are in the process of building a new hospital, which will open around 2030. And what's really fantastic about that is that it's the commitment of our government and the commitment of our healthcare minister to support healthcare. And clearly we need space for our rising population with the space, but alongside of these rising buildings, as we throw up the walls, we're building up digitally as well, and that's invisible in some ways, but it's happening at the same time, and there's urgency. We have a deadline to have the infrastructure for the digital ready before we move into this new building. A bit of perspective about where we are in Iceland. Because of how small we are, We haven't exactly had the opportunity to purchase the large traditional EHR systems that are used in the neighboring countries around us. And that has forced us to create other ways of making sure that we can integrate all the systems that we use into a usable platform. And we call this clinical portal Heilsugátt. And it's really a best-of-breed strategy. It integrates all the different pieces of equipment we have, all the different databases that we're saving in. All of that integrates into an integration layer and into a portal that is used by our clinicians. Accidentally, what we have created is a really awesome platform for trying out new solutions, for supporting innovation, supporting startups, supporting pilots, trying new solutions that we can integrate into this fairly successfully. And there's a lot of support from the government in that as well, which is great for those companies, the startups. What we have as well in this is the over 2,000 pieces of medical equipment that integrate in here, and we can easily switch in out all the different solutions. But most importantly, we own, as a country and as a government, this integration layer, which we can use to adjust and support the clinical practices and as they change. If the previous slide showed the structure of what our clinicians see, the advent of apps and through Island.is, we have the window for the patients to access all their medical data as well. And we are in the process of slowly, perhaps too slowly, allowing patients access to their full medical record. And the reason we just don't turn it on is that we need to do a mind shift as a society. We, as a healthcare system, we don't own the data. We owned it for a long time, but it's not ours. Data belongs to the patient. And so, as we think about the solutions and how we democratize this data, how do we create the structure underneath that it's safe, that's the goal. We are working with the data that belongs to all of you. So for now, this is a prototyping platform. We're learning to change the culture. We need the laws to support this change in thinking because our data needs to be freer. Our digital strategy at the hospital, what are we doing when I say we're building up this digital infrastructure? It's really simple, and it's very iterative. We're basically focusing on these 5 areas. We're thinking about our data strategy. We're thinking about the user experience. We're thinking about how we continue to have a platform for innovation, how we use robust project management and processes to support this, and that we have a solid infrastructure, that we prioritize those things. So when I talk about data strategy, what does that mean? For us, it's actually quite simple. We often run into the case where we are told by our users, we don't trust the data, this doesn't quite seem to be right, I pulled some report from here and there, it doesn't match. So the first thing we needed to do was kind of just ask the question, do we trust the data? Where does it come from? Who is the data steward? When do we surface it? Is the data entered manually or is it entered automatically? And we went to the front lines this summer. We took a little homework time. We took about 6 to 7 groups, frontline clinical workers. We're working on all sorts of diverse things. We had a group working, for example, on looking at the waiting list for breast cancer surgery. And we were as well looking at the staffing models. And the people who own the data, they mapped it. And they answered these questions. Do we trust the data? Is it handwritten? Is it automated? Is it accessible to me when I need it? And from that, we have a very simple strategy. This is pretty much all agreed. Hasn't been fully validated yet. We'll do that. It's iterative. But the number one thing that emerged is that we are lacking as a hospital data vision. We can do some things about the data quality, and then it's the processes and people. And so these are the things that we are working at. And as an executive team, our goal is by the end of the year, we will set a clear vision. What kind of hospital are we? Is our data first and foremost to help with clinical decision support in the hospital per worker, or is it more for population health? Because how we design for these two things is not quite the same. So the strategy is there, we'll set the line, and we'll work nationally to try to support and create the best solution for us. There's urgency here though. We have to keep this momentum going. We cannot stop. That line is looming. Oh, this is the wrong way. The user experience. I like this picture. This is from our hospital. It's a snapshot of what might be happening right now. It kind of shows everything that's wrong with our digital tools in a way. Because our digital tools should be supporting the work that we're doing, they should be engaging and interesting, and they should be that way for everybody that works in healthcare, whether they are a medical secretary, doctor, or a nurse. We're doing something wrong if you look at the look of the face of that worker. But that's not the most important and interesting thing at this picture. The most interesting thing is the picture is what's happening in the hallway behind this woman. There's a patient there, alone, reaching for something, hooked up to some machines. This is a really terrible user experience for that patient. And so how do we engage and ensure that our digital tools support the entire journey of our patients through our hospitals and through our entire healthcare system? I want to show you this example from our National Breast Center, which is located at the hospital. And this is a journey that has just taken a few years to sort of map out what that experience was like. And the experience was a series of handoffs between specific departments. And that is maybe how we do it in many places today. But what they have managed to do is, considering the patient journey, is to change how we think about what is it that the patient needs. What the patient needs is a cross-functional team located in the same place supporting their needs. And mapping out the journey in this way, it helps us to think about what are the best possible tools we can use at each time. I look to the innovation community. What are the things that we can put in here to help the work be easier? And to the patient experience. At each step, what are the things that we can do to make this experience delightful when it's actually quite scary? I talked about the hospital having this tool as a platform for innovation. As the National University Hospital, with a small population, with loads of interesting data, we simply have a responsibility to support our innovation community. And so we are working to become better partners to support innovation. One of the things that we have done is to make a very clear process for how do you apply to try out your solution at the hospital. And we have a 6-week service promise. That's what we aim for. In 6 weeks, anybody can apply. We will go through these things and see, is your solution safe? Does it match a need? And we will match it to a clinic practice that will be ready to welcome it. And we have a lot of partners already, but we hope to see this list grow even more, because as a hospital, we are not in the business of making new solutions. We are using taxpayer money to provide the best possible care. And that means that, number one, we use what we have, if it's appropriate. We buy the solutions. We have somebody who is an expert make it for us, and if that's not possible, we make it ourselves. So that is our guiding principle in this. Robust project management, how do we do this? It is really, really critical that we work in agile ways, that we have a very professional way of holding our projects, starting them, finishing them. One of the things that we've done in the past few months is to expand upon a platform that we had within one division to create a collection of projects for the entire hospital, so that any time of year, we know what projects are happening, who's working on them, how do they connect to our bigger goals of data or the vision that our government has or our executive board. We're doing less projects and we're doing them more thoroughly. So this is a good tool, and I hope that we will be able to do that more transparently. Solid infrastructure is a lot of different things. I like this way of showing what I mean, because in some ways the dots represent perhaps the different departments of our hospitals that are spread out at different levels of readiness for innovation. If the peak is innovation, that's where the breast center is perhaps, or our heart department, or the ear, nose, and throat department. We have a lot of departments that are not on this scale yet, that are still using paper, that are not really integrating. So what we're doing, what we're prioritizing, is to at least get every single department to the same level where we're using this clinical portal, where we are also ensuring that we're using the best equipment that we can, that we're also applying all the security elements so that we are all at the same level. From then, we can move on together as a hospital, and we are doing this in parallel as well, to be data-driven. We provide healthcare with our hearts. We often make decisions with our heart too, but the decisions to be made with data. And then using this platform that we have to support the clinical processes. Our providers know best what they need and where there is time being wasted with our systems. We have this tool that we can adjust their processes with. I want to show you a picture and maybe tell you a story of what it means to make infrastructure human. Because what we were showing here is that it's a technology integration process. We're basically bringing this technology to the entire hospital. But making it human means ensuring that there's a benefit that the patients have, that they can feel, that it's something tangible. This is the process of referrals to the hospital. It's on paper. We used to joke that, or there was this joke that you sent a referral to the hospital and it went into a black hole. You didn't really know if anybody got it, don't really know if it was sent. You didn't know how anybody would contact you. And the system on our side was, even if it was sent electronically, it ended up going to some center where it was sorted and then sent to the department and printed out. This is something that we sort of took this approach of looking at, and what can we do? It turns out 5 years ago, the ears, nose, and throat department had used our clinical portal to develop a dashboard, to collect referrals and to have an oversight on them, and it was all in one place. And so when we looked at sort of bringing in technology, bringing everybody to the same level, we thought, this is our chance. We're going to use this project of referrals as an excuse to bring everybody into the same system, because it affects the patient experience. With this board, anytime you send a referral to the hospital, not only does the referring physician get an answer, the patient gets an answer too. And we're working together with the other departments and other healthcare facilities in the country to create a very standard, good user experience, which is, if you send a referral to the hospital, in 24 hours you'll get an answer. The answer is either yes or no. If it's no, you know what you can do. If it's yes, there's what happens while you wait. How will we contact you and when? So this is our service promise to the entire population. And by the end of the year, this will be the experience for most people getting referrals sent to the hospital. And by summertime, it will be for everybody. So in the end, what is it that we are looking at? We're first and foremost looking at shifting away from technology driving our clinical processes and using the clinical processes to select and adjust the best possible technical solutions. And we do that by creating first this infrastructure and ensuring that that's in place, especially the AI solutions. Because if we release them the way they are now into our system that we don't trust, I'm not quite sure that we will trust the results of what will bring us there. But first and foremost, we're working on making technology human. And in some ways, yes, in this picture, it's a picture of a patient engaging with a healthcare worker in the hallway, because we're a little bit tight in our current hospital. But this is a great opportunity, because when there is pressure, that is when the best opportunities emerge. So I look forward to seeing what the future holds. We at the hospital are creating the best infrastructure we can, both physically and digitally, to support it. And I am really looking forward to what the fourth technology revolution will bring us, because it's not what it is today. So thank you.
Thank you, Svava, very much. We're going to continue on this subject under the title, Using Data to Improve Patient Outcomes. Björn Soega is going to address us from all the way from Sweden. So we're going up in space and hopefully we'll land somewhere around there. And he should be able to hear me, and you should be able to see him up in the corner. Björn. We're in a conference that deals with modern technology and we can't connect.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so should I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Well, thanks for inviting me, and I'm sorry I couldn't be here in Reykjavik for this wonderful day that you had, but busy times here as well. So my name is Björn Soega. I'm the CEO of the Karolinska University Hospital, and now we need to just... I'm going to talk about how we use data to improve patient outcomes. We have actually the privilege here in Sweden of having over 130 quality registers with the recorded patient outcomes. These are official, these are open to the public, these are something that are at least follow and obey all the rules of personal matters. And this has been used in some ways to improve the treatment. And I'm going to give you an example of one thing which we have used the data that comes from this to move forward. If I can get it rolling, I can. Yes. And I'm going to use the cardiothoracic surgery at the Karolinska University Hospital as an example what we used to work with there. So the history of the cardiothoracic department at Karolinska is quite prestigious. It's for those MDs that are here, we did the first transvagal surgery in the world. We started the production of heparin, which is sort of the prerequisite of being able to operate hearts. We've done the first coarticulation surgery globally, and we've had the second pulmonary bypass surgery globally. First pacemaker implementation globally. That's one of the old guys that you see up there. It's actually the guy who got the first pacemaker. He got it changed 16 times during his life, and he outlived both the guys that put it into him first. And we were also the first implementation of total artificial heart in Europe. So it's a lot of prestige, a lot of history, a lot of good science. But 5 years ago, we had a long waiting list. We were using other clinics to help us to treat the Stockholm patient. We had very low predictivity. We're only doing 850 surgeries a year and low quality. So 6 years ago, we had a close to 4% mortality rate. 5 years ago, we had 2.6 mortality rate, which is at least double that it's in other. It's about a double as it's in other good places around both in Sweden and the world. As you can see, the waiting times were quite long, but now we managed to get it down to a acceptable level, so we don't really have waiting list. We have planning list. And in 2018, the quality index, which comes from the Sweetheart, which is a quality register, we were very low on the quality of the work and the waiting list and everything. So this is sort of the comes out of the data. This showed us that we were there. Then we decided to do something. We needed to increase productivity, improve quality, improve resource utilization, needed to individualize the care using the numbers. And then also, because of the low quality, we needed to implement new surgical techniques and improve the collaboration inside the hospital. We needed to decrease the number of surgeons because they were not doing enough surgeries to keep them in training. And we needed to be extra good at complicated problems, and that's why we needed to increase the niche subspecialization. So one of the things that we implemented were minimally invasive cardiothoracic surgery, which was at that time quite new and now is sort of very dominant in most places. We improved quality also with the introduction of cross-functional multi-professional patient safety group. And we went down from, in 2005, from 26 to now 14 with the clinical leader as one of them. So in last year, the quality index, we had the highest quality index in Sweden, as good as Uppsala, our neighbors, and nearly a perfect score by using this number. And that's what we could see we were doing the right thing. We could also see that when we looked at mortality rate, which comes from the patient registries, we've gone from 2.6 to 0.4% 30-day mortality rate, which is actually the lowest published in the world. People start to say, oh, this is because you have easy patients. Or, well, this is a complicated picture, but this is a picture that shows that we actually had more sicker patients than the other clinics in Sweden, and that's also using the patient register, using the data. So as you can see, the quality trend from 2.5 to 0.4, and also the number of surgeries. There was this actually in 2020 was the first time that we in Stockholm did the most heart surgeries in the whole of Sweden. That hadn't happened since 1976, I'm told. So quality, efficiency, good for the patient, and using the numbers. And that makes also the staff extremely proud. They put this on the water cooler in the ICU thoracic department, biggest in Sweden, or we do the most in Sweden, and best numbers in the world. So this is sort of so example how we use the data. How we use the data to sort of be better and driven, and it's also driven by what the patients think themselves and how the patients prioritize their health and their well-being. So that's sort of my example of how you can use the data, use all this data that we have in the quality registers, and sort of I think me and Iceland, we need to fight up and start putting up more quality registers in Iceland to get the data in a structural way and be less reliant on stories or single patient outcome stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Björn. Are you ready for a question? Or?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Absolutely. What do you think needs to be done to transfer this kind of process over to Iceland?
Well, firstly, we should start to join more quality registers. We were part of the Sweetheart in Iceland, the quality register there for many years. I'm not familiar if we're still that. We need to not to be afraid of working with other countries on these registries. We need to share the data in a lawful set, which seems to have been done at least in our hospital. In Sweden, we share data also with other countries, quality registers. So the first step will put up as many quality registers as we can handle. We don't have to make them from scratch. The blueprints are out there, and I think at least many of the quality registers that are strong and big here in Sweden would welcome to have Iceland as a part of their registry. And this is would give us a number we could compare ourselves and could get better by learning.
So sharing data amongst countries would be the key to success, in your opinion?
Absolutely. We do that all the time, and I think we're also working on another level within the organization that I'm now heading. It's called the European University Hospital Alliance, where we share data between us in a lawful way with the support of the European Union. So the rules are there, but there are ways, I don't say around it, but ways to use it on a pretty legally set.
Do you foresee that a Nordic model is better than a broader European, than using data in a broader European context?
I think it will be much quicker, and I see that the European Union is doing with their health data space, but I see there are many years until you can get that data sorted out. Until then, I think we should have it in the Nordics as much as possible.
Concentrate on the Nordic cooperation.
Yes, I think so.
I think that's very fine, Björn. I think we should applaud Björn for being with us from Sweden. Thank you very much, Björn, for being with us today. And ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch. Thank you. So, mine damer og herrer, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll now start our third session, which we title Gains for the Individual and Society, and we'll be looking at startups, success stories, positive initiatives in the chosen field that we're talking about today. And we're going to start with actually a good friend of mine, Einar Mantula. He'll speak up under the heading Empowering Innovation with TTO in Iceland, which I believe is Technology Transfer Office, which he heads, combination of the university and companies. So, Einar, please.
What I've learned during the last 20 years of working in the field of public health is that public health does affect the whole society. Health is not created within the health system. And in order to promote health, we need to work with all sectors in the society. We need to look at the determinants of health, and they're all around the society. We need to work with schools, we need to work with workplaces and the municipalities, and throughout all ministries. Because health is created where people live, work, learn, love, and play. But then how do we get the other sectors to work with us? Why?
Now you can start.
Thank you. Minister, President, distinguished guests, I'm very pleased to be here to tell you about what we are doing at Auðna Tæknitorg, which is a peculiar thing. It is a national technology transfer office, or knowledge and technology transfer office. And it's pretty much one of its kind, because as been mentioned this morning, smallness is a strength, and we are small enough to have a single national tech transfer office. Usually this is a function within a university or a research institution but we are serving all of them, more or less. So where are we located in terms of science? The science is good. This is coming from an OECD report. It is already a few years old, but we are positioned in a very good spot. We have on the y-axis, we have the impact of scientific papers, and on the x-axis, we have the extent of international collaboration. So we are really in a sweet spot, a lot of collaboration, and a high quality of science. And we hope that we are still at this sweet spot. What it tells us is that we have resources, ample resources in terms of scientific research that we should be able to harness for applications and value creation and social impact. The thing is that too little was coming out through the other end into society and into value creation, which is why Auðna TTO Iceland was established late 2018. These are our collaborators. All the universities, they own us. The University Hospital, Landspítali is one of the owners. Federation of Industries as well, because this is a bridging function. We are helping or routing scientific research results into the society, to industry, towards investors, whenever that would be the case. And along the way, we are sort of guiding scientists and academic staff and health professionals towards how to sort of create both focus and take the next steps towards impact. And we are serving, like I mentioned, all these institutions. There are basically 2,000 plus scientists. And there is one thing to be said about the scientists in Iceland. The network, international network, is amazing. They have contacts to all the best research institutions and universities and many health institutes as well in the world. So there is a lot of potential there. Research and basic research, of course, goes all over the place and is supposed to do that for seeking new knowledge. And from there, from time to time, there are results that could be really something interesting. And we get asked to analyze those results, see if there is something in it. Sometimes there isn't, many times there is, and then to consult on how to move things forward towards innovation, because research is not the same as innovation, but research can become innovation. And research is sort of the basis for cutting-edge innovation. So this is what we do. We get from the institutions, the universities, opportunities or projects that we perform an analysis on. We look at, is there intellectual property that could be secured? Is this a solution without a problem, or is there a problem out there and this is an important solution? We help in securing the intellectual property. I'll mention it just a little bit later, how relevant that is for health and life sciences. So we are sort of looking and following the intellectual property right process, which can drag on for years. We are basically the only body that actively markets IPR or intellectual property rights globally from Iceland. This has led to collaboration agreements with companies, with hospitals. So the aim is to license these rights for the inventions that have come out. Sometimes the right way is to form a startup or so-called spin-off from the institutions and help them in funding the startup so that it can basically follow through with the development and towards, be it a clinical solution or technology or a service that can be taken into the society. Now, scientists do not get training in entrepreneurship. I know it myself. I used to be a scientist, and I was just lost when I became an entrepreneur. So what we do is we provide training in entrepreneurship and innovation, along with others as well who do this, but we sort of try to turn on the idea that these results actually may have a life outside the lab. In case of spin-offs, then also we help in networking and connecting with investors and with funding agencies as well, so how to fund the next steps in the process. When this works, then something happens. You create value, impact in the society, you create jobs that improve the competitiveness, because coming out of science is always cutting edge. So you are at the forefront of what is known, and when this leads to a startup, then big things can happen. We have certainly experienced that in Iceland this year, and you will hear more about it from others. But this also helps the government to justify the funding that they put into research and development, and into the universities, and into research within the hospital, and so on. And that, of course, creates more opportunities for us to analyze. So it can be a virtuous cycle. These are examples of masterclasses, our training module. These are 3-day stints where scientists and researchers can come, and staff members from the institutions can come, and during those 3 days they can play with their own research, we help them to put it into a commercial context, explaining where you have to go through things like, who would be willing to pay for my solution? How do I contact them? Whom do I need in my team? Do I need a team? Yes, you need a team. So what is lacking for me to take things onward? And this is all happening during 3 days, where we provide a combination of inspiring talks from veterans from this environment that have gone through the chores. We get also people like investors to come in and describe themselves. How do we think? How should you approach us? When should you approach us? So basically clarifying what could await around the corner. And in all cases, I can claim that the scientists have walked out after 3 days with a totally new perspective on their own research. And that is really rewarding for them, and it's rewarding for us. We hope we are having a small change in the culture towards innovation. So we provide and invite people to come and join our masterclasses at the states where you may have something going on. Maybe I should get somebody to discuss this with me, and that's what masterclasses are for. Then we are basically, we can almost be announcing it now. We are the perfect next step for health and life science research-based projects is the so-called SPARK program. This is a program that was developed at Stanford University and within life and health sciences. And it is basically provides 2 years of mentoring for that certain project that has been chosen into the SPARK program. This has proven as a basically very efficient way to rescue life and health science projects that otherwise would just sort of fade away and end up on the shelf. So within Stanford itself, there were less than 5% of these research projects that sort of reached all the way into something tangible like a spin-off or clinical trials or into the clinic. Now the SPARK program has been going on for several years, and the success rate has gone from less than 5% to more than 60%. So the success rate is very impressive. And the SPARK program is spreading around the world, and we've been talking about the Nordics, a Nordic collaboration. I'm all for it because I'm a product of Nordic collaboration, half Icelandic, half Finnish, very successful collaboration. But the thing is that the Finns have been leading. They were the first to adopt the SPARK program. They have been sort of mentoring other countries in this. Now the SPARK program is in Finland, in Norway, in Denmark. Denmark started last year. Novo Nordisk contacted Finland and asked, please help us set this up. It's in around the world in many places, of course. And we hope to establish this here in Iceland in collaboration with Minister of Health. And we are working on the preparations for that. And there are things that are maybe particular set aside life and health sciences, because you cannot just, claim that, hey, I got the solution and then go and try to work on it later on, which you can do in some other fields that move faster. But these projects typically are based on years of research, and there's years of development left, and there are very few shortcuts that you can take. And you can definitely not fake it. Just think about Theranos, who did that. So there are lives at stake. You need quality control. Of course, you need to be sure that the solutions are compliant and validated. And because this takes such a long time, then intellectual property is key when you start to take this route, because for years there may not be anything tangible other than your right to your invention. And that is necessary to attract funding, to attract investors. So faking it is not an option in this area. This is just a picture from the European Innovation Council from a recent report showing how health, sort of the volume of different health emphasis from their portfolio in the last years. And this is sort of how they look at the future. And I just took the health sector out, and these are some of the future aspects that they see there. And I'm happy to say that in Iceland I think we have startups, spin-offs working on within all these areas. And then came AI. We are, of course, extremely, well, I don't have to tell you, but the digitalization flows like water into all realms of society and into everything that we do. And that is one of the reasons why a European Digital Innovation Hub was established in Iceland. These are the players within the EDI8, as we call it. This is a European network of these kind of digital hubs that have been established in the last couple of years or in all countries in Europe. And there's one in Iceland, and we are sort of running that. And what we do is that we connect people. We connect companies, ideas, entrepreneurs, projects with AI, with high-performance computers and computing, and cybersecurity experts. And bridging also, this is a prime example of public-private collaboration, basically. And European Union is funding this, and it certainly is an example of this networking that we've been talking about. And we are, in Iceland, are working together with the Nordic EDIHs in this sense. So we can be a connecting platform for you to connect to other EDIHs that are working on things within health, for example, in other countries. And our offering from our EDI8s to Europe was to offer Iceland as a testbed. We've heard the word testbed several times this morning. And we consider ourselves basically to be a route for projects, for solutions coming from any of the 227 EDIHs around Europe. Welcome them here, and then, of course, respecting all the GDPRs and rules and regulations, we can harness the power of a small society where we can be agile and make the connections fast and fail fast. That's really important for projects. If something is not working, you get to know that really fast. That should be our strength. But also to verify that in a highly connected, well-digitalized, small society, this solution was working. So we hope that this is something that enables us and the health environment in particular to have access to solutions from all over Europe that can be considered, tested out, and implemented. So thank you for listening here. Thank you.
Thank you, Einar. Second speaker under this heading, Supporting Innovation, is Jón Skírnir Ágústsson, who represents the very innovative company Nox Medical. He will speak about sleep medicine and intervention strategy to reduce the burden of chronic diseases. Jón Skírnir.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for inviting me, and I really enjoyed being at this conference. I just wanted to riff off the previous speaker because we've talked about geological timescales. We've talked about taking 10 years to get a new product into clinical practice. And now we're talking about patenting. and patents only last a limited amount of time. So actually, when you're trying to change how we do clinical practice, your patent might expire before it's adopted. Just a word of warning. But I'm not going to talk about that here. Typically, when I talk about what I do at Knox Medical, I talk about machine learning in diagnosing sleep disorders, or abstruse statistics, as we just learned. But today I was going to challenge myself a little bit. I'm talking about a new project that we're starting to think about. In my opinion, this is really abstruse statistics. And the reason why it is abstruse, difficult to understand, is that we're thinking about how sleep medicine can be used as an intervention strategy for reducing the burden of chronic disease. And there's a lot of things which are mediating chronic disease and are confounding chronic disease. And they also impact sleep and sleep disorders, and tearing those pieces apart and making it in a way that actually the result makes sense is difficult, and it's difficult to interpret. But this is where we're starting, and I just want to share with you a little bit. And the reason why I wanted to share this with this audience is that here we are really using clinical data to try to ask a question or answer a question that we asked. We didn't ask it actually, it was asked to us. Is the clinical practice that we're doing today actually helping people? Does it make a difference? Or are we just placing a burden on patients that does have no impact on their health and their health outcomes? So here you see a picture of a person that's doing a polysomnography sleep study. And as we know, sleep is foundational for maintaining health, and both physical and mental health. And sleep disorders are common, and the most common ones are insomnia and sleep apnea. Today I'm going to talk about sleep apnea, and the reason why I talk about sleep apnea is that that's something which is really close to us. The person in this picture is, of course, a model. It's a marketing picture, but a person who's doing a sleep study like this would probably be being diagnosed if they have sleep apnea or not. In the sleep study, we record brain activity with the EEG electrodes on the head. We measure breathing through the nose and the chest and abdomen movements. We measure muscle tension. We measure an electrocardiogram, blood oxygen saturation, and many other biological signals. And we heard earlier today that today we only use 3% of the data that we collect in clinical practice to make decisions. And in the case of a polysomnograph study, we get 1 gigabyte of data, and the outcome is 1 bit of information. Yes, the person has sleep apnea. No, the person does not have sleep apnea. So I think we're, I would say, leading in the data compression there. But it's obvious that if you compress the data so much, you're probably losing something. And there is, of course, a field in thinking about personalized approaches to treating sleep disorders. That's also something that we think about, and it may be, in the end, an answer to the question that we were asked. It's a little bit beyond what I'm talking about today. So sleep apnea is the most common sleep disorder diagnosed with a sleep study. Sleep apnea is a condition where a patient frequently has interrupted breathing, resulting in cortical arousals, short awakenings, or a drop in the blood oxygen saturation. And the severity of sleep apnea is measured by the apnea-hypopnea index, AHI. I know this is a little bit technical, but it all makes sense in the end. And the AHI counts how many times per hour the patient stops breathing or has disrupted breathing. And the most common treatment to sleep apnea is a machine that maintains positive pressure in the upper airway, and it's called the PAP device. And this reduces the severity of the sleep apnea and reduces the AHI index. Now, what happened is that in the United States, the Medicare, the health insurance program, tasked an agency called the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality to evaluate the clinical effectiveness of treating sleep apnea with PAP devices. And last year, the agency came out and said that there was insufficient evidence to assess the validity of reducing the AHI as a surrogate or intermediate measure for long-term health outcomes. What they're basically saying is that there is not enough evidence to support using PAP devices to treat sleep apnea for long-term chronic disease, if that's the outcomes. And they mention certain things that they feel are missing, and one of them are randomized clinical trials. The problem, though, is that it's deemed unethical to conduct randomized, controlled clinical trials on people with severe sleep apnea and withhold treatment for a long time. Because we know from epidemiological studies, from case reports, and from many other sources that treating sleep apnea has beneficial health outcomes, even though they found that there was not enough evidence for that. This could be the end of our story. We could just say, okay, and then we close and we go and do something else. But we're not wired like this, and we take it as a challenge. One approach to investigate the effectiveness of sleep apnea treatment is to look at clinical cohorts that are receiving clinical care and monitoring how they progress over long periods of time. And this is where the true statistics comes in, because there's a lot of things that affect it. And today, just to kind of illustrate what we can do with these big data sets, and share maybe and motivate a little bit, what we can do if we have access to the data, just share this story a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about where I work. So I work for a company called Nox Medical here in Iceland. And we are a global leader in diagnosing, making medical devices to diagnose sleep disorders. We are motivated to give patients the best diagnosis, and we continue to push sleep medicine with sensor technology, data science, and artificial intelligence. We experience, of course, increasing awareness in sleep health in the general population who are using wearable devices to track their sleep. We are also aware that large companies like Apple or Google, they might very well enter the medical device market and with their devices. So we need to make sure that we are ahead of the curve and we are providing something that cannot come from a smartwatch. Around 5 years ago, Nox Medical and a US-based company called Fusion Health joined forces, and today we are a subsidiary of the company Nox Health. And those who are interested in history, actually Nox Medical and Fusion Health were both founded by ex-employees of the company Flaga that was pioneering in the field of sleep diagnostics here in Iceland around 2000. Now, Nox Health is a healthcare provider in the United States, and they provide value-based healthcare for sleep disorders for patients in the United States. And as part of this, we are required to collect a lot of clinical data and health insurance claims data, and we have also the diagnostic testing. So we are actually required to collect all this data. So you can think of it like a testbed for a health system, because we collect a lot of health data. So we started this initiative, which we call the Symphony Initiative. And the analogy is that we have teams of experts and we have expertise throughout the organization that we wanted to bring together and have them play in harmony to create something great. And projects like this, they don't happen in silos. They take clinical expertise, data science, AI expertise, in our case, health insurance claims analytics expertise, legal expertise, and there are many other factors that need to come together so that we can do this. Since we're working with very sensitive data, it is imperative to us to act carefully with regards to ethics and legality. And in the past, we've witnessed companies trying to act in best faith to improve our societies, working with very sensitive data and getting into a lot of trouble for it. This is why it's important for us to have a clear legal framework and guidance from the authorities to help us navigate these sensitivities and make sure that we're not overstepping and doing something which is maybe legal but still unethical or considered not appropriate. So over the summer, we ran our first pilot project where the goal was to identify the process that we need to follow to be able to legally, ethically, and rigorously conduct such research projects. And during the project, we asked this question. Do people with sleep apnea, are they more likely to be hospitalized because of diabetes or cardiovascular disease? And it was it's a hard process, and the most difficulties were with the legal review for data use. And this is why I'm not showing you any results, because we're not allowed to do that. But what we found in the end is that, first of all, depending on the statistical method you use, you can a little bit choose the outcome. So you have to be very careful and you have to interpret the result with that in mind. But what we found is that most likely people who have sleep apnea and comorbid diabetes or sleep apnea and comorbid cardiovascular disease are more likely to be hospitalized than those who have either diabetes or cardiovascular disease and don't have sleep apnea. That was not a very surprising finding to us, but it kind of helped us frame the whole project. This work does not come from nothing. And at Knox, we have this very strong culture of innovation, research, and collecting data and moving forward with data. And it really started with just the innovative spirit of the founders. And we just carry that forward. First they wanted to make smaller devices that worked for children without sacrificing the quality of the data we collect, because the quality of the data is the most important thing. One of the things, and I'm just switching gears a little bit because we're talking about innovation a little bit. So we invest a lot in innovation, and we have about 50% of the company working on research and development. And one of the things we wanted to tackle was health disparity. And think about this. If you are a person who lives somewhere far away, like in Ísafjörður, and you have to do a sleep study, you have to come to Reykjavík, go to the hospital, and then you go back. So it's not available for everyone with the equal access. So one of the things that we wanted to do at some point, and I just want to highlight it because it shows a very nice public-private collaboration, is what we call the Knox SAS. It's a simple project. We were just designing a new cable so you could hook up EEGs on themselves at home, the patients. We started this in 2017, and we released it as a medical device in 2022, so 5 years. And this was nothing like foundationally new, but this is what it takes. We were very lucky that we got support from both RANIS and the European Union Horizon 2020 program. We actually initiated the development for a research study that Digitalization was starting, Heilbrigðisþing, and maybe some of you did the sleep study there. But we were also very lucky to be able to collaborate with Reykjavík University, people at Harvard and Johns Hopkins to validate the new method of collecting the biomarkers. And it's a hugely important thing when you're trying to change the way we do clinical practice, is that you need the research, you need the validation, and you need to prove that what you're doing is actually secure and sound. And there's a reason why it takes 10 years or 5 years to come out with new medical devices. And it's not just because everything is very slow and everyone is very busy. You need to show that it really works. Good or bad, it's going to take a lot of time. I'm going to stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jón Skírnir. We will now turn to chapter 2 in this session, which is called Patient-Centered Care. We'll have 5 speakers on that issue. We're running a little late, so I'm asking you not to dwell too long. But to start up, digital health startup is Thomas Bonefeld Jørgensen from unic.me in Denmark. Please, Thomas.
Thank you very much. President, Mr. Minister, co-speakers, audience, I'm very honored to be here today. Thank you very much. As Christian mentioned, I'm going to talk about personal data for personalized health. Before I go there, I would though remind ourselves this morning when Bogi mentioned Hunter's quote about a vision without action is a daydream. Action without a vision is a nightmare. So I thank you everybody for reminding the vision of what we do, because here I represent action, and we don't want too many nightmares, do we? Anyway, to quote another automotive founder, Ford, he said, if you ask people what they need, they will talk about a faster horse. Now, I'm not going to talk about a faster horse, because in this context that would mean more, bigger, more centralized data repositories. And I don't think that's a good idea. Neither I'm going to talk about giving people a car, but I am going to advocate that personal data for personal health must be empowered by us as citizens and the healthcare professionals that are standing by to help us. Because there are several reasons to do so. I need to do this one. Because in terms of the, hang on, this is the wrong presentation. Anyway, there are several reasons to do so. Essentially, when we see today's healthcare services, we see also services that creates false hopes for some, for those who don't get the right treatment or prevention. But we also see services that essentially waste the time of the healthcare professionals, which is a crucial point because there's not too many of them, and we want to use their resources efficiently. But we also misuse, am I doing something wrong here? Someone is doing something, not me.
Are you connected to your computer?
No.
No.
It's just
now it's up again.
Okay.
Try using the whatever.
Yeah, I'm using the clicker.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
But yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Essentially, when we look at what to do about this, or how we're going to use this, crucial is that we do this in a privacy-preserving, but also in an efficient and secure way. Because when it comes to data, let's just break and talk about what data we're looking at, right? So, first of all, of course, we're talking about the data that flows into the electronic health records. I mean, that needs to be secure, privacy preserved, and so forth. But we're also looking into what is the today of the patient-reported outcomes. We ask patients what do they think should be achievable, but we also ask them things about their health. And as Paul up there says, they will answer what they think they need to answer because based on what they think they need to be treated, which is not very accurate. Therefore, when we talk to healthcare professionals, we also talk about the digital patient-reported outcomes. And I think that is what in your presentation was called the lifestyle data, but still more and more. Okay, I see a lot of things happening up here, but anyway. As more and more sources of data is coming into this. I'm not touching anything here. That's not fun at all. Still, so let's look at, if we look at this as the symbiosis, the personal data as a symbiosis of these sources, let's look at how they come into play. Again, now I'm coming back to the action point, right? So when we're looking at an interaction between the patient, let's call her Elsa, and Paul, Elsa is essentially walking around with her online data storage. You have to think about this as a bank account for your data. So she will actually be the one both generating the data, but also carrying them along with her. That gives the great benefit that it is easy accessible, but it's also in the trust of loop, or loop of trust, getting access into the augmented intelligence. And yes, I am using Julia's representation of AI, augmented intelligence, because I think in many cases we have to break and actually make it a part of the correlation between the patient and the healthcare professional. And essentially, when we do that, we close the loop of personalized health. What we do in UniqueMe is humbly to enable this platform, both the personal data, online data storage, but also the platform that creates the loop of trust. What we did in this, in a pilot, we actually showed that both the World Health Organization model and DTU models with simple data points from everyday devices like the mobile can give a pretty good indication of how Else as an individual actually adhere to those recommendations. So by a simple joint dashboard, the conversation between the healthcare professional and the patient is enriched. Evidently, does this replace the contact? Not necessarily, but it actually widens the conversation about what is the right treatment for the right patient at the right time. Some will ask me, but how does the patient react to this? And because we are in a relation between a healthcare professional and also in the Nordics here, in a trusted society, many of the patient won't even think about giving the data, giving the insights of their everyday life. We tested this with a number of senior citizens, and they were all saying, but hang on, if it's Paul who can see how I'm activating myself or what behavior I'm exerting, that's not a big problem. Can I close for that view again? Yes, you can. Great. So there's no really concerns in that. That is also given, and I had a conversation in the break about the regulations here, because we see regulation as a necessary component of preserving the trust, because having private entities like my own dealing with personal data of patients is really something that should be cared a lot for. So the Data Governance Act that we have in the EU is really a gift for this personalized health, because it actually creates the foundation of trust. Also, when we ask directly to the healthcare professionals, they would focus on the fact that maybe what they thought was the only treatment or the right treatment is not necessarily so. So it's coming back to the point that we are actually making the use of healthcare professionals more efficient, and ultimately we'll say that Else, as one of the representatives or more like her, will get the right treatment, and thereby also getting, by sharing her data, being engaged in her own treatment. And many studies have shown that engaged patients actually gain faster health improvements in treatment processes. Furthermore, we will maximize the impact of the healthcare professional, and not least, we will also make a more efficient use of the financial resources of the society. So as a closing remark here, I also noted both what we heard this morning, but also Einar and some of the others that was talking about Iceland. You're going to use Einar's term, Iceland, as a test bed, and come with an invitation. Why don't we try out, because we are in Iceland, why don't we try to make the loop of trust based on an intermediary platform here in Iceland? You are front runners, you are also tech savvy, so essentially this is an invitation. So I thank you very much, and I apologize for the hassle.
Thomas, for your speech and for the invitation. This is working. Yeah, thank you for the speech and the invitation, of course. Our next speaker on this subject is Arna Harðardóttir. She's from Helix Empowering Caregivers, the CEO of Helix. Arna, please.
Hi, thank you for being here today. I'm so happy to take part in this great congress. I want to tell you about how we want to empower caregivers within healthcare and the welfare sector by using technology. I'm the CEO of Helix, a company that focuses exclusively on healthcare solutions. And our goal as a company is to help healthcare professionals in their day-to-day work. And I want to tell you about solutions we are working on that we believe will improve the lives of those who receive health and welfare services and also those who provide it. Technology in the world is not taking big steps. It's taking huge leaps. We see it in the endless innovation almost every week. And we are also adapting to technology faster and faster. And this picture shows how long it took for these innovations to gain 50 million users. ChatGPT gained 100 million daily users in 2 months. 100 million daily users. And technology in healthcare is taking huge steps as well. We know that health tech is one of the fastest growing tech industries in the world. And also that the problems and challenges the healthcare system faces is something that influences us all. And with increased pressure, the need for tech implementation grows, and the possibilities really seem endless and exciting. But even though the industry is in full swing and the possibilities are so many, we are not adapting to health tech in the same rate as we adapt to other new technologies like ChatGPT. In fact, we are still using fax machines. But we have the statistics that we need to adapt to technology much faster. A report done by McKinsey for the Icelandic healthcare system states that with no change, the pressure on the healthcare system has increased so much by 2040 that we will need 45% more healthcare professionals and 90% more funding. But the same report states that if we use technology and innovation, we can lower these numbers to 3% and 30%. So I think we all must agree we need technology there. And we also have the statistics on how much tech solutions can save us in time and money. The Institute of Economics at the University of Iceland calculated the value of a simple solution that was used in COVID here in Iceland. It was the solution that you could order a COVID test through the patient portal Heilsuvera and get your results automatically through that same portal. They calculated the savings to be 8.7 billion Icelandic kronas for the Icelandic nation. So how much are we investing in health tech? The average expenditure worldwide is that 2 to 3% of healthcare fundings go to health tech. In comparison, the financial industry uses 10 to 12% in technology. And other industries use on average 5 to 8%. So healthcare is way below the average. And we can't ignore the numbers and reports. We know that the pressure will increase on the healthcare system with increased cost, increased need for healthcare professionals, and increased workload. We need to set a plan for the future. We need to take better care of healthcare professionals, and we need to take better care of caregivers in the health and welfare system. So from there, I will go to the name of the lecture, empowering caregivers. We at Helix have a passion for care, and I want to tell you about some of the projects that we are working on. But why do we want to empower caregivers? Because we want them to be able to provide the best care possible. We want them to feel that their work is meaningful and appreciated. And we want them to feel safe knowing that they're providing the correct care to each person receiving one. And how do we do it? First of all, we need to understand the different roles of caregivers. We need to understand what is required from them. We need to understand their challenges. And then we need to use technology to help them solve these challenges and empower them. One of the focus areas at Helix is the elderly sector, with the focus on how we can empower professionals and caregivers in assisting and servicing individuals at home, whatever the service is, social services, healthcare services, services at the elderly facility home, just to mention a few. We have solutions for the whole sector ready and made. but I will go in depth today in only one of the solutions we are focusing on a lot these days with one of our biggest customers, nursing homes. 67% of staff at nursing homes do not have a healthcare education, and that number will grow. Today, all registration of care for residents at nursing home is on paper, and all care instructions are given verbally for the caregiver to remember. At the end of each shift, caregivers at nursing homes give verbal feedback to the nurse on call that writes down in the medical record system what was done. This puts the nurse, often the employee with the highest degree of healthcare education, in the work as a secretary in front of a computer instead of using their profession to the best. Not to mention the fact it is much more difficult to trace what has been done and by whom. Here we want to empower the caregivers that are taking care of their residents in their day-to-day life, but also the nurses responsible for the overall care. So we are working with the biggest nursing home in Iceland, Hrafnista, in developing an app that all caregivers can use to register in real time what is done for each resident. The caregiver has then all the information in their app on what to do, for whom, and when. They also have personal information about the resident to offer them a more personal and better care. And with the use of the app, the nurse can be more focused on their specialty. The name Idun comes from the goddess Idun, that was the keeper of the golden apples that gave eternal youth. Okay, Idun maybe does not give us eternal youth, but we believe it can empower both the elderly that receive care and also those who provide it. In addition to this, to help empowering caregivers in having the correct information in front of them with perfect traceability, we made a medicine administration solution that keeps an overview of the medicine administration process within a healthcare institution. 20% of mistakes that happen in healthcare are medicine related. It's a complicated process, so we need the technology to support those giving out medicine. Through this solution, it is registered what medicine should be given, to what person, and when. It documents at what time the medicine is prepared, by whom, and when it's given, all in real time. And with Idun, we also have a complete overview for the nursing home manager. They know in real time what has been done and what needs to be done. They can be proactive in managing the nursing home. They can allocate staff in a more convenient and easy way. And even though it's rare, incidents can happen that call for investigation. And it can take a lot of effort to respond to, in difficult cases up to 100 hours. Finding the paper with the registration information, talking to employees, sometimes weeks after the incident, and finding data not registered into the medical record system. And this can lead to lack of trust to the nursing homes. So Idun helps solve this. So by using Idun in our medicine administration, we get a more secure and efficient care of residents at nursing homes. Better registration increases the continuity in care and increases in that way the trust in the nursing homes. And we empower caregivers in performing their duties, knowing that they always have the correct information in front of them and give more value to the important work they're doing. Welfare services at home will increase, get heavier, and more expensive. By using uniform registration of what needs to be done, what has been done, and what not, we can use the data so much better. We can predict and control the costs in a much better way. We can predict the progress of an individual between different levels of services in the system. And we can predict beforehand the development and needs of the system so we can make decisions and actions based on that data. We already have small communities in Iceland using these combined solutions for over a year now, having the possibilities on being in the forefront with this data. We at Helix are passionate about empowering caregivers, but we know that our solutions have a wider effect. We know that with the use of Idun and other solutions, we do not only empower the caregiver, we empower the managers of the healthcare institutions. We can empower the relatives and family members of the individual receiving care. and we empower the individual himself. We need to find ways to support the employees in the health and welfare sector better, and we need to use technology more. We need, as a community, to have a clear vision and goals regarding health tech, where we want to go. And we need to invest in health tech to reach our goals. The possibilities are endless, and Iceland has a great opportunity to be the center of health tech innovation and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Arna, very much. Our next speaker, Jóhann R. Benediktsson, his presentation is called Kurun, Caring for the Future. Jóhann, please.
Mr. Minister, Willum Þór Þórsson, dear guests. What is the recipe for success in innovation? Is it getting a good idea and blindly believing in it? Is it barely scrapping by and being constantly on the verge of bankruptcy? Or is it being a little weird and not understanding why everyone else is so blind, not seeing how obviously brilliant your idea is? And is it true that in innovation, that even though you make a very conservative cost estimate and timetable, ultimately the project will cost 3 times more than the original plan, and that it will take at least 3 times longer to reach the goals that you estimated? Everything I said before is true and valid, and certainly applies to our journey. The fact was that the company was underfunded, our plans were unrealistic, we were overly optimistic, but absolutely convinced that we would make a big difference in Iceland regarding care of the elderly. But how did the idea conceived? The idea that made us feel the need to develop a software system in the healthcare. Well, that was in 2015 while visiting my beloved mother, then in her 90s living alone. She had dementia and her hearing was very poor by then. I'm standing in her living room as her phone rings, and that is the old landline phone. I was startled because no one calls her on this phone because she does not answer it. On the account, she doesn't hear it. I thought, who on earth is trying to call my mom? I picked up. Hello. This is the municipality home service. Is Olaf in? My first thought was, why is the home care service trying to call my mother? Don't they know that she is hard of hearing? I replied that she couldn't come to the phone right now, but informed them that I was her son and asked if I could be of assistance. Would you ask your mother if anyone came yesterday to clean the apartment? I asked, Mom, did anyone come to clean the apartment yesterday? My mother thought long and hard and answered, I think so, Jóhann, I think so. I relate, she thinks so, to the fine lady on the other end. And I think, and she said, okay, thank you very much. I hung up and thought, really? Is the municipality calling a hearing impaired woman with the onset dementia and asking if the home care service was performed? There must be a better way to do this. Subsequently, me and my partner began to look into the home care market, and we realized that there was no software being used in Iceland for home care. There was definitely an opportunity to be had here. After much discussion within our group, we made the bold decision to pursue this project in full force. We decided to develop a system focusing on social home care services and home nursing, and connect social services, home care service recipients, and family members in a way that had not been done before. Voila. We named the system Caron, which we thought was fitting. The task was very complex. So complex, in fact, that the municipalities in Iceland saw the task as too daunting. The Icelandic government also bowed out. Fantastic. Too complicated, too risky, too expensive. Okay, a minor bumpy in the road, surely. This sounded like a perfect project for a small 10-person financially weak company, right? Our decision to rush forward could hardly be considered carefully grounded and safe. It was as smart as deciding to climb Mount Everest in a suit and a tie. However, our faith in the project was unshakable. We thought it was a worthwhile project and absolutely worth pursuing, and we prepared ourselves for the ride. After sitting more than 200 meetings with home care specialists from the largest municipalities in Iceland and 3 years of software development, the first version of the Karen system was implemented in 2018. It really was a miracle that we were able to bring the system into operation. Now the hard part was done. The aftermath should be easy. The only thing left now is to sell it. No problem, right? Although the first version of the system lacked many of the features of today, it was still an incredible upgrade compared to what was being used. We were convinced that all the municipalities in Iceland would jump at the opportunity and implement it. Oh boy, were we wrong. It took a lot of convincing to get customers, even though everyone agreed that the system was great. Still, we are just going to wait and see, what other people say about the system, was a sentence we heard a lot. Fortunately, the number of participants gradually increased and development and improvements continued. However, the cost was many times higher than the system's revenue, so times were tough. Then positive marks and experience stories started flooding in. The Karen system transformed everything for the better. A revolution. Staff utilization improved by 30%. We wouldn't have gotten through COVID without the Karen system. The word was out and the proof was undeniable. We thought the phones would be off the hook now, surely. And yet, many persisted. There is much pressure on everyone at the moment. We just don't have time to implement the system right now. Or, we're going to wait and see. There is so much to do, you see. Johan, it's amazing what you're doing. Congratulations. I'll get a budget for this next year and we will be on board for sure. But you don't need special funds to buy the system. The system saves you money. If there's so much pressure, why don't you immediately implement a system that relieves all that pressure and lessens the load? Hello, is anyone hearing me? And here we are, the heart of the matter. Health technology improves the utilization of staff, saves money, and optimizes time. We can't do more for less. We know that we will not be able to meet the challenges of the future and tackle the problems of an aging population and demand for improved services unless we implement health technologies in as many areas as possible, something that everyone agrees and recognizes today. Our software is widespread in Iceland, and we are the industry leader in this field. Almost all the big municipalities in Iceland are using our software today or are in the process of implementing it. So, we made it to the top of Everest in our fancy dress, shoes and tie. But the job was only half done. We also had to get down the mountain and tell people about our great accomplishment. It's not enough to launch the software, we had to sell it. To be honest, we were very surprised when we realized how incredibly time-consuming and difficult that was. Even though the product was great, it was still confusingly hard to convince some people to use it. And it took us a while to realize that any change is difficult. Transformation is difficult, complex to implement, and is usually very slow. Let's call it the law of bureaucracy. Organizations and employees tend to protect theirs, and surprisingly many are either afraid of change or outright against it. This is where government policy is so important. The Ministry of Health needs to think ahead and should stimulate and strengthen Icelandic software development and entrepreneurship. We have realized that there is not one system that solves everything. The solution is to create a strong foundation and a platform to connect to other software. Be flexible. Be prepared to use the best tool for each task. How do we do that? In relevance, I would like to point out that I was on the board of the Competition Authority for 8 years. One of the actions we did was to force the telephone companies to make several changes, which were very positive for the consumers. In case you have forgotten or are too young, when the monopoly was abolished and the numbers of telephone companies grew and you had to change providers, you had to get a new phone number each time. The solution? The companies were forced to allow you to transfer your old number when you switched to a new telephone company. The same idea must be applied in healthcare. We must enforce a vision where the requirements of software systems are clear. Those that comply can talk to each other and form a coherent global solution, and thus healthcare institutions can take advantage of the best solution in each area. Speaking of a clear vision, the policy adopted by the government of Iceland regarding grants and support for IT industry is an example of a clear and effective strategy. This strategy was crucial for our company. We received grants from RANIS in 2017, and we have received annual reimbursements for research and development. Our company is a clear example of how government innovation policies in Iceland have delivered tangible results. I wouldn't be standing here without this policy. It is therefore certainly not a coincidence to see the rapid growth in software production in Iceland and the enormous increase in revenue that this industry has generated to the state treasury for the benefit of us all. Thank you for this direction and vision. The future in Iceland for healthcare technology companies and software industry is very bright. The future of our company certainly looks bright. However, there is still a lot of work to do for the Icelandic government. Every step is heavy on that journey, as we experienced. There is no autopilot. You must continue to fly and find the obstacles that slow progress and remove them. You must steer the jet through the storm. Although Iceland is at the forefront of healthcare technology compared to many nations, some of the software used today in Iceland is old and obsolete. But fortunately, today several companies are offering various new solutions in many areas, so there is every reason for optimism. I'm going to show you a 3-minute video our company made 6 years ago about what our software does in a nutshell. That vision will finally be realized by the end of this year, and much, much more. I think the video aged well, unlike myself. I hope you enjoyed it.
Probably hasn't aged that well.
No. In there?
What is Care On? Here is a very simple and challengingly compact explanation. This is Ari. He's a caretaker. He wakes up, gets dressed, and jets off to work. He clocks in for work remotely and goes over the day's assignments on his calendar. No need for time-consuming morning meetings. It's all there. Ari arrives at his client's home promptly and scans the home ID. And instantly, all the tasks pop up for that household. Ari is guided step by step, checking off tasks as he completes them, cleaning the apartment, mopping, seeing to medication, and washing the dishes. We can all agree that Ari did a great job. Right, Grandma? As Ari checks out and goes on to his next assignment, his progress is immediately relayed through the Care-On cloud, where Helga, the administrator, is incidentally going over some of the caretaker's schedules. The tools that Helga has at her disposal are quite formidable. For instance, a total overview of what's going on with her employees and clients, displayed in a very simple and user-friendly setup. Pull up any info or statistic, and the Care-On system does it quick and easy. Ah, a problem. Looks like caretaker Jon is unable to make it to work today. Jon delivers the bad news through the Care-On cloud that relays it to the correct personnel. The bad news is flagged as high priority with Helga, who immediately deals with it. Care-On shows Helga who is best suited to cover for Jon. Looks like it's Olaf, and Helga makes suitable adjustments. Jon's tasks are easily moved on to Olaf's schedule, who gets an update that requires his acknowledgement. The adjustments show up on caretaker Olaf's device, who acknowledges them and then goes about his now changed schedule. Helga gets the acknowledgement and feels pretty good about herself. And then there's the family and, of course, the client himself. The client and any related family members, or friends for that matter, can be as involved, active and informed as they choose to be, with the client's approval, of course. For instance, family member Sif is looking at the service calendar and the schedule. She receives proof of services, sees future scheduled services, and other family visits and notes. She herself updates the family calendar. She will be taking Dad, the client, on holiday for a few days, which is relayed to Care-On and other family members. Helga sees the calendar update and can now put the services on hold, focusing her employees elsewhere. And family members see that Dad is away for 2 days and can plan their visits accordingly. Everyone is in the know. That is Care-On in a nutshell, keeping everyone in the loop while streamlining, simplifying, and improving home care so that everyone benefits. Because we all care, right? Care-On, caring for the future.
Tack för det.
Thank you, Johan. Tough act to follow, but will be done by Kjartan Thorsson, who's the CEO and co-founder of Prescribey, and he's here to speak about how to use digital health to enable safer treatments of prescription opioids and other addictive medication. Kjartan, please.
Thank you very much. Great honor to be here. I wanted to tell you about our journey and these last 4 years that I've dedicated my life to creating and developing a software, a solution to provide safer treatments and management with prescription opioids and other addictive medication. It all started out as me and my co-founder, Árni Johnsen, back in the day. We were working at the orthopedic department at the university hospital. And we were prescribing around 30 prescriptions a week of opioids, Oxycontin, Tramadol, Parketin Forte, all of this medication. And it felt really vulnerable knowing the fact every week, week after week after week, that rule of thumb, 1 out of 10 patients would develop some level of addiction. Week after week after week, 3 patients each week. So we thought to ourselves, is this really it? Are we just going to sit by and just watch this happen without doing anything? It just seemed so strange. It just didn't seem right, really. So, we thought to ourselves, well, hell, let's do it. Let's give ourselves 2 years. Let's create the software and know exactly what to do. We understand the problem, and then we'll just get back into clinical practice. And boy, we were wrong. It's extremely hard when you're trying to change the system and implementing something new. But then again, I mean, if you, for example, think about Lord of the Rings. It was really hard for Frodo to destroy the ring. but it was worth it. And it's the same thing here. So it's more of an adventure. It's not hard. Okay, so we saw this gap. We were discharging patients. And what then? What happens? They go out from the hospital with the most addictive drug in the world. And what? We just ask them politely, yeah, watch out, by the way. This is a little bit addictive. I mean, what are we seeing in the world today? Is anybody surprised? So, and the second was primary care. Like, what do you do in primary care when you get these refills? You get 50 refills, you get 5 minutes. What are you going to do? Are you going to talk to everyone? You don't have the time. I'll go to the next slide. Okay, painkillers and dope sick. Probably a lot of you have seen that. And after these series came on the telly, it literally changed the way that I could speak to people about this problem. Before then, it was really hard to convince people that this was a problem, that people, normal people, if you could call something normal, would develop addiction to prescription opiates, But then again, a big part of the people that we see addicted to prescription opiates and other medication, they started from prescription drugs. So painkiller sets it up in a perfect way. I'm going to show you an example here. Okay, we get a patient, suffers trauma, or has a disease. Those are screenshots from painkiller. And it leads to the first prescription. And it's a valid indication. We need opiates for some cases. All right? What happens? The classic case that happens today, happens yesterday, and will keep on happening. There's no education, we don't have proper management, and we can't provide the support that the patients need. So, the prescription gets prolonged, and we develop physical tolerance. That leads to dependency. Then we have addiction. We see this happen every now and then. It's so prevalent, and it's really devastating when you're working out in the field as a clinician, seeing this happen again and again. So, why are we today waiting until this happens while we can interfere over there at the first prescription and over here and over here? We could do it. It's easy. No, then again, it's not that easy. Why are we not doing that? What we need is we need an effective and realistic way to provide our patients with treatment plans and education. That's number one. Number two, we need a feedback channel to connect patients and clinicians, but it has to be realistic. It can't be an open channel back and forth. We need to provide patient support, and we need to engage patients. And data. We need more data. We don't know what's going on. It's a black box. What happens when people get the first prescription and then they get addiction? What happens in between? We don't know, really. Okay, so why hasn't it been solved? Why aren't we doing it now? Why hasn't it been done in the last 10 years?